Oh my God, we are live, folks. Slop Fest.
It's Slop Fest, Morty. It's here. It's me, Pickle Nick Friedel. We're live with Slop Fest. I'm gonna get some slop. I'm gonna go to Dallas, Morty. I'm gonna go to Dallas and press Kyrie on his anti-Semitic comments, Morty. Yeah, I'm gonna do this bit for 7 hours. Everyone lock in.
Let's go, dude. Time. 7 hours commercial free.
I'm already hot. I'm already sweating a little.
Sam passes out to commit to the bit in the nickel the Nick Friedel. Yeah. Pickle Nick Friedel. Anyone who's listening to this on the Patreon has got to be like, what is happening?
Yeah. No, it's a Pickle Nick Friedel bit that I'm not
fully committed to.
Yeah. I'm not wearing the suit or anything stupid like that. I'm a 33-year-old man. Why would I do that?
That would be like that would almost be like if you had Joker makeup.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if I actually didn't put on the Joker makeup.
Good, I'm glad. I'm glad this time.
Yet.
We will get there. Maybe if we have a break. I think people are gonna like that one.
I'm Pickle Nick.
Okay.
It's Slop Fest, Trill. It's Slop Fest. Let's go.
Oh my God. I'm still kind of putting all the pieces together in my brain. So Kevin Durant was traded.
Start there, I guess.
I wake up this morning at 7 a.m. So I went to bed at 12:45. And I wake up this morning to see that 20 minutes after I went to bed, Kevin Durant was traded to the Phoenix Suns, which when I first woke up and I got a text. So I of course had 100 Discord notifications, a ton of Twitter notifications. I figured something had happened, but when my friend texted me it and I opened it, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a fake account.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's no way they actually, because I guess I just need to learn with the Nets that they're just never, like, you can't predict the Nets. I was on here a week ago saying that they're not going to trade Kyrie. And not only have they traded Kyrie, but they also traded Kevin Durant in the span of that week. So in less than a week, I said this Friday, I was like, there's no way they're going to trade either of these guys. And they traded both of them.
Yeah. I mean, well, especially in the KD thing, because like, you would think, like, we had talked about this off air as like how it was going to pertain to Slop Fest, because we were both like, yeah, this might actually be like a shitty deadline because like everybody's going to be waiting on KD in the summer. Yeah, like we were like, oh, like KD like probably won't get traded till the summer. They're gonna like wait it out. They're gonna try to and it'll work out to the Nets' benefit because everyone will be able to get their ducks in a row, right?
Exactly.
To like make the best offer. What we didn't consider is maybe the Brooklyn Nets would only talk to one team and take that offer immediately, which we hadn't predicted. So, yeah.
So, okay. So while I do agree, maybe if they had waited until the offseason, but I think that what has happened over the past few days is that clearly KD sat down with Sean Marks and Joseph Tsai and was like, look, I'm just going to fake an injury and I'm not going to play for the rest of the year. Why risk it? You've gotten so many injuries so far at this point in your career. He's 33. He's going to be 34 this year. Like, he probably got to the point where he basically said to them, look, it's over. Get a trade for me. I want to go to Phoenix. They wanted to kind of work with him because obviously their reputation with stars is in the fucking toilet now. Yeah. So at the very least, they worked with Harden and KD to get them to the places that they wanted to. Now, Kyrie, they didn't, but also I think that stars understand that Kyrie isn't always the easiest to work with.
Yeah.
I think most people understand that at this point. Yeah. Even if they respect Kyrie as a person and a player, I don't think that they're going to hold that against the Nets, right?
Yeah.
You
would think. I mean, yes. I don't know. Like, I was trying to explain. One of my friends who's like doesn't follow the NBA was like just asking me in like DMs because this is huge news, obviously. So he like heard about it, and he was like asking me to like explain what happened and what he was trying. Like the thing he wasn't understanding, and he kept trying to like get me to like nail down on is like, so why exactly did KD ask out? And
this time
I was like,
or last time,
or just in general. And I was like, that's a great because I was explaining to him like the timeline of like, well, Kyrie like wanted extension in the offseason.
Yes.
And like it was KD who asked for Harden to come, and then they had to trade Harden because like Kyrie made him mad, and like and I was like, and it was like, well, they fired their good coach that they had for like to hire.
You're like, okay, have you ever watched The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City?
It's like very similar, but I was like trying to describe it, and I'm like trying to like. So he's like, so what does KD want? And I'm like, that's a great question. I mean, that's what this all boils down to. That's like what everyone's been asking them for like 5 years, and this is why.
I was going to say we've been asking for 10 years. What does KD want?
Yeah, and this is why he's like the most fascinating star. Why he's my favorite star.
Sure,
like, because like it's pretty clear that Phoenix was the only place KD saw himself going. I think that the fact that the Nets only took that call and traded him now indicates that they wanted to like do right by Kevin, and then like this is what Kevin wanted.
Sure.
So, and I just find that kind of like fascinating that even after all this stuff, the Nets still went out of their way to like do right by Kevin, even though this thing has been such a mess pretty much from day one. And yeah, it really is like kind of like fascinating. And I was just struck trying to explain the whole situation to my friend who didn't know anything. Like, no one really knows what KD wants, man.
It's impossible to explain.
Yeah.
And also, okay, so I feel like every Nets trade is this. We're not going to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
They position themselves, hey, we're not going to make a trade. We're not going to do a deal we don't want to do. And then they get to the point where they only deal with one team, which is what they did with the Harden trade, which is what it sounds like they did with the Kyrie trade. And now they've done with this trade. But I always come out on the other end saying, considering the circumstances, they did pretty good. Like, Marks fucked this up. Everyone fucked this up. Everyone involved fucked this up. I think there was partial blame to go around for everyone. But considering the circumstances, I see people freaking out. They didn't get a blue chip prospect. They didn't get a current all-star. They didn't get da-da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm. Look, you got Kevin Durant, you get the prize. The Suns, we spent an entire offseason, and it was especially true. I feel like it's especially true now. Mm-hmm. Thank you for arriving, Sam.
Yeah, sorry. I missed some stuff. What was going on?
So
you were explaining.
So basically, all things considered, the Nets did fine for the position that they were in. But like, I guess my question is, what could they have done better? Would you go back in time and take the Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and a first-round pick offer? Like, is that the best offer? Because I really look at what they got as better than that, personally. Like, I think the difference between Mikal Bridges and Jaylen Brown is not, 4 first-round picks, 3 first-round picks. Cam Johnson's a younger prospect. You know, Derek White's a better player. Cam Johnson's, they actually might end up being around the same age now that I think about it, because Cam Johnson was like 24 when he came into the league. But in theory, they at least have something to give to the fans, right? You have at least some players. Someone described it to me before the trade went down. I think it was Will described it as like, basically you're like the Utah Jazz of the East, where you just have like 9 to 10 really good players, all things considered, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
So long story short here is that I feel like the Nets did fine considering the circumstances. I think Mikal Bridges is kind of made a little bit of an offensive leap this year as a creator, a secondary guy. You know, obviously he's not a primary. But you know, if I'm the Suns, I'm doing this deal every time just because of the Chris Paul situation. Yeah. You don't know what's going to happen with Ayton.
Yep.
You have Booker in the middle of his prime. But there have been people that are bringing up a good point. Like, we always overreact to this. And we were the ones that were saying for an entire offseason, last offseason, it's Kevin fucking Durant, do whatever you can. And then he came out and he was better this year.
Yeah.
Before he got hurt.
Right, exactly.
So that is something to consider here. Mm-hmm. But the important thing that I want to bring up is, when was the last time that someone sent out a massive haul and won the trade? Because it feels like, look, the AD thing, because the Lakers won the bubble championship, that kind of, they won. Like, even if they're shit ever since, that they won the trade, they're lucky they won that title.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe asterisk on that title, but they still did win a title. So
yeah, but they're lucky that they won that, because otherwise it would be a absolute disaster. It would be one of the worst trades we've ever seen. But like everyone said, Drew Holiday. I'm like, what was the Drew trade? 3 firsts? Like,
we're talking about like started paying that. They're paying. Yeah. They start paying that this year, right?
Sure.
I think is the first year that
they also won a title. So you could say, sure, that worked out. But like, there have been a few now that we look at, and obviously none of these players are on Kevin Durant's level, right? Mm-hmm. There's at least a conversation to be had of, hey, maybe that this works out for the Nets. The problem is that the Nets have none of their own first round picks. So they can't do the proper rebuild, right? Like they can't do the, okay, we can tank and whatever. Like they basically just have to hope Phoenix sucks in a few years. And look, Phoenix might be kind of shot in terms of assets with whatever happens with the Ayton situation. Yeah. Durant is going to be retired in a few years. Chris Paul is going to be retired pretty soon. But they still have Devin Booker. And if you have one of the 10, 15 best players in the NBA, you're probably going to be kind of competitive. So I don't know.
Adding a top 5 player in the NBA at worst is also probably a pretty good way to ensure your fortunes, especially
the next 2 to 3 years, they're title contenders, if not favorites.
I think they're favorites in the West. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that is. Oh, don't worry. We'll get to the Lakers.
We're going to get to all of it. Come on.
Don't worry.
We're not going to talk about Kevin Durant being traded.
Yeah. Let us. Don't worry. I've got thoughts on the Lakers.
We have 7 hours, guys.
Yeah. But I will say that, like, Kevin Durant, I guess I was surprised that Ayton wasn't in the trade, and I think that's interesting from a value standpoint. And I wonder if that's the Nets being a little gun shy about Ben Simmons and like what happened in the Ben Simmons trade, where they're taking this guy who has a huge contract. He's young, but ish. Well, Ben's young-ish, but like, there's question marks about attitude and everything like that. I thought it was interesting that they would rather have Jay Crowder and Cam Johnson than Ayton.
I would personally.
I would too, but I thought that was interesting. Yeah.
I think the fact that you trade for, you're not going to trade for a guy who's making a max contract that, in my opinion, isn't necessarily worth a max contract. Now, Ayton's a very good player. He's a $25 million a year player. He's going to be making like $10 million more a year. Mm-hmm. He, once again, you compared him to Ben Simmons, has shown a lot of the same signs. Now, look, he's not mentally, Ben Simmons is just, and physically, honestly, is just not the same player he was. That is really unfortunate for him and the Nets. I'm not saying that Ayton is that bad, but you have to consider that basically when you're getting Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges instead, you're getting 2 wings who are 2 of the best. I mean, Cam Johnson isn't a great defender. He's not a terrible defender. Mikal's a very good defender, an elite defender, plus a burgeoning offensive player who has elite touch. Like, what Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges represent are what the league has been moving towards, which is versatile guys who, are, especially Bridges, 2-way players. Ayton's very good, but I think we know that, like, while they have Claxton, like, I don't really think the difference between Claxton and Ayton is all that much. And you're not paying Claxton a ton. You're going to pay Claxton after next season. And I personally think, I definitely understand that. Now, the question for me with the Nets is, what do they get for Jay Crowder now? Because Jay Crowder was also included in that trade. So once again, overall, obviously, I think the Suns won the trade. Like, they got Kevin Durant. Like,
Kevin Durant.
I've been saying for a year, just do whatever it takes to get Kevin Durant, as long as you can keep your other star, and it's worth it. It's like you look at what the Mavs are now, and like I actually like some of the Mavs young guys. Like I like Josh Green, and I have no idea if any of those reports were true from Shams. I have no idea why the Nets wouldn't try to get Josh Green instead of that 2029 pick, which they literally said in the report that the 2029 pick could be more valuable in trades while they try to improve the team around Kevin Durant. Mm-hmm. And now they're saying we might have taken the Lakers package, which I actually disagree with.
Yeah.
I think the Mavs package is just better than the Lakers. But
oh yeah.
Look, could the 27 and 29 picks be amazing picks
Mm-hmm.
the Lakers? Yes, of course. I mean, so the Suns picks could be great picks for this KD trade.
Yeah,
Any far enough out first could be a great pick.
No, the Mavericks pick will probably be a good pick.
But that's what I'm saying. Would you rather have the Lakers pick in 27 and 29 or the Mavericks pick in 29 plus Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a very good player, and Spencer Dinwiddie, who's a solid player? Like, in my opinion, it's not even like I actually think the Nets made the right move doing that. Where I think they made the mistake was not getting Josh Green, who I'm very high on as a young role player, 22-year-old athletic 3-and-D-ish guy. Like, I think that's where they really made the mistake when you look at this whole thing, is that they didn't accept the rebuild until it was impossible to avoid, which clearly has happened in the last few days.
But this is the other thing that people forget about, like, was the Kyrie or Dallas, like, which one of those was better? Is if you trade Kyrie to the Lakers, you're making them better. Like, there's a chance they could salvage this. Like, when LeBron retires, they could go back to having cap space and like Anthony Davis and Kyrie, and like they could be good to like medium if you do that. If you trade to the Mavericks and get the Mavericks pick,
right?
You know how combustible Kyrie is. He doesn't really. He's saying all the right things right now. He doesn't really want to be in Dallas. He wants to be in LA. He will eventually.
It was obvious from the press conference.
Yeah. He obviously wants to be in LA. You are sabotaging the Mavericks. Luka will leave. Like they have maybe even worse long-term prospects than the Lakers, because those picks are so far out. The Lakers might go to being bad and rebuild in time, like in the interim. Like, that's totally possible. Versus like the Mavericks, you really stretch out the death of that franchise, and I think that's just a better bet, honestly. In addition to what your point about the guys being more ready to play right now and like kind of hedging just in case Kevin wanted to stay, he did not.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's very obvious now. And you should have seen this coming. Like, the second that you engaged in Kyrie trades, you should have also been engaging in KD trades. Let's be honest.
Yeah, right.
If anything, you could have made the argument that they should have traded KD first, to get the most out of it, and like made sure everyone knew KD was available. Now, the one team thing, these packages were available for a year. This almost exact package could have been had for Kevin Durant a year ago.
Yeah. I'm sure they knew, like, you know what I'm saying?
Like, they knew what the market was. And like, with the way that the Celtics have been playing this year, I don't think Jaylen Brown would have been available anymore, even though I think that would have made the Celtics even scarier than they currently are.
It probably, it's hard because I think it probably would have made the Celtics better, but it's just, I think it's tough when you're a general manager to fuck with a team that's number one in the NBA and just beat a rival with like 4 starters out, basically. Like, you can like it's hard to get yourself there, especially where like KD is injured a lot. And some of this other stuff. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think getting KD would have like been the right move, and I think he'd be healthy enough for like Jason Tatum's prime that I probably still would have done that move. But I also don't think it's like a life-ending mistake for the Celtics not to.
No, I still think the Celtics are the favorites, if not co-favorites now with the Suns, depending on what happens. But look at the screen right now.
Yeah.
Wendy basically said Kyrie could go to Phoenix this offseason. They can't get to cap space. They would have to do some sort of sign and trade, probably for Ayton. Now that I think about it, the Mavs have been interested in Ayton. I mean, they basically have to do that. Otherwise, unless they're just getting back Chris Paul and they don't have picks. Like, I don't know. Yeah. The Mavs would have to agree to do that. And Tim McMahon talked about this. Part of the reason why they took the risk on Kyrie is because they saw if they have to do a sign and trade this offseason, they can recoup that pick they lost, basically. And they look at it like, okay, then we still have options to make another trade or another move. But like, also they gave up Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a very good player and a good fit with Luka. I don't really like. I don't think he's going to go to Phoenix. I really don't. I mean, maybe the Lakers, because that is what's lost in all this, and we'll talk about the D'Angelo Russell trade later. But like, the Lakers still, with the moves that the Lakers made, the only guy that they got that's guaranteed on the books next year is Jared Vanderbilt, who makes $4.5 million. So the Kyrie stuff, like D'Lo's a free agent after the year. Beasley's contract isn't guaranteed next year. Rui Hachimura is a free agent. They technically could be in the Kyrie business still. Like, they technically could even get to just having cap space to sign Kyrie. So, and like, they could get value for Jared Vanderbilt if they put him back up because they needed to clear space or whatever. and they could trade him into a trade exception. Like, yes, sign and trades do trigger the hard cap. Yes, they do.
Yes, that's the thing. Yeah,
we know the Sixers know.
Yeah, so that's the thing is like the sign and trades with like because that was actually the exact math I was doing is like if because I that was my first thought when I saw the Lakers trade was like that D'Angelo Russell is basically Kyrie sign and trade bait, like a double sign and trade bait is like what the plan is there. For kind of like lining up their books now.
You get D'Angelo Russell and a 2029 pick and trade it for Kyrie, just like the Warriors and the Nets did a few years ago, getting Kevin Durant for D'Angelo Russell will have been traded for Russell Westbrook, KD, and Kyrie if that happens, by the way.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure if I'm doing my math right, I'm pretty sure because the hard cap is the apron, which is $5 million over the tax line. That is probably I think that's close. If you can't do it, you can get there for fucking Kyrie Irving. Like, do you have to say goodbye to Malik Beasley? Maybe, like you maybe, or maybe you've got to renounce your bird rights on Rui Hachimura. That's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? Like there are options here for the Lakers to do that. But by the same token, there are also options for the Suns to do that. Like, what if the package in the offseason for the Suns is Chris Paul and Ayton for Kyrie and bad contracts?
I mean, the Mavs have plenty. Tim Hardaway Jr., Davis Bertans.
Yeah. Like that's the move instead of getting off of, and then you can waive. Well, no, you couldn't waive Chris Paul because he'd have to guarantee his contract up to the amount.
That's the weird thing. Everyone keeps saying that, the Chris Paul contract isn't guaranteed. It's half guaranteed. Those are essentially worthless when it comes to like, in terms of like trading and dumping or waiving. Like you would have to waive and stretch him. And it's just like, it takes like 4 or 5 million off your books. You know what I mean?
It's 5 million. Yeah. And that's, and then it's dead. Like you can't do anything with it. It's almost better to just have an expiring $30 million salary. Like you can actually trade. Like, yeah. So
I think that if you're, because you're looking at teams, and we'll get to the Jazz end of that as well, but like you're looking at teams like the Jazz and the Spurs and all those teams that have cap space, and they could just be like, look, we'll take it into our thing for a player we like or a first round pick or whatever. Unfortunately, the Suns just traded all their picks, so they're kind of they're probably stuck with Chris Paul unless they're taking back bad contracts of their own, like you just said. So, what do the Suns look like now? Because the Nets, once again, I actually think that they made out okay for the circumstances, but I still think it's a massive failure to trade Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden, no matter what, and not get a single guy who's made an all-star team. That's crazy if you think about it. Like I know that the picks are
you did get Ben Simmons. He's like your worst player. That's the thing. Yeah. You did get that guy, but he's your literal worst player. So that's like its own thing. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, they can sell it to the fans. Look, we got and I actually think Mikal Bridges has a chance to make an all-star team. It's going to be harder in the Eastern Conference. He probably would have had a better shot as a wing in the Western Conference because it usually sucks. But now Kevin Durant's there, so it's not going to suck quite as much. People tweeting at me last night on the playback, I was losing my mind when the Lakers trade went through, and I was calling it a conspiracy to help the Lakers.
Yes.
And we're going to get to that.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But someone said Adam Silver saw the playback where Trill called the Lakers trade a conspiracy and told the Nets to put the slop out when he sleeps. Just
they're against us. They
get it back.
They're worried that we're too slop. That the slop is being used as a weapon against them.
Exactly.
We won't negotiate with terrorists though. We will continue to slop fest as scheduled.
Yeah. R.I.P. David Stern, a real commissioner who I love and respect.
I tweeted that like 9 times last night. Like, we need David Stern back right now. It'll be like I'll be like Orpheus, like going into hell to go get like
where is David
Eurydice? Yeah, I was like David Stern is like my Eurydice. I'm trying to like lead him out of Hades to like bring him back so he can veto the trade. Like,
or fallen angel David Stern.
If David Stern were here, this wouldn't be happening. There's a timeline where David Stern is still commissioner.
When people talk about that, though, it does feel like when Republicans talk about like the 1950s. Like, it does make me feel a little weird. It's a bit, by the way, guys. I don't.
This is a joke.
Yes.
But then, yeah. But I guess should we? I mean, well, there's a lot of ways we could do it. Someone just put this in the chat, and this is what I agree with. I'm fascinated that Danny Ainge, of all people, traded 3 starters for 1 first-round pick.
That is really shocking.
Yeah,
and that was crazy to me. But before we get into that, the reason I say this is we have Reed coming on in 5 minutes, so we're definitely going to talk about the Nets again soon. So we'll save the Lakers talk and the Jazz trade for right after he comes in. But very briefly, promo code Slop, sign up for Underdog, like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you've not already. The more people that like it, the more this reaches. So please do that. And then
every time we hit a viewer threshold, I have to go back into the Pickle Nick Friedel costume. So, like, if you want to see me back in the Pickle Nick Friedel costume, tell your friends. Get those.
The more viewers, the more layers Sam puts on.
Yeah, exactly. You can watch me die on stream of heat exhaustion if you want. If you spread us far enough, you can watch a man die.
Retweet the tweet. Retweet. Yeah, exactly. Once more trades and transactions start happening today, we will be pulling up that throughout the day and discussing them. Now the big one is out of the way. It does feel like it killed the buzz. I was hoping that if a Kevin Durant trade happened, we would be live on the air. And now it feels like, what's the biggest trade we're going to get? Maybe OG Anunoby?
Yeah, I mean, you guys all know my lifestyle. I was informed by a beautiful woman who said, like, babe, wake up. Like, Kevin Durant just got traded. That's, I mean, like a guy who, normal stuff for a guy who, like, lives my kind of, rock and roll lifestyle. I'm not going to lie. I thought everyone was fucking with me when they said we were just talking about this before the trade happened. Like, because the fact that it happened so fast, happened at 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we should have seen it coming because Ishiba, like Matt Ishiba, like taking over the team.
Yeah, so really fast.
Seems to have like put gas on everything, and because Bill Simmons has that thing, and
new owner syndrome.
When he's right, he's right. That new owners like to kind of like make their stamp on the team. The thing is that he's actually right this time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, usually you're trading for Rudy Gobert or like someone who's like, I don't know. This time you traded for Kevin fucking Durant. So I think that the new owner syndrome is a positive thing in this regard. And I also want to say that someone tweeted at me and said part of the Uniball Patreon should be that you have an alarm to wake up Trill when trades happen. Like, and I said 2 a.m. The Kill Bill siren is going off in my head as Evan Fournier has been salary dumped to the San Antonio Spurs.
Josh Hart to the Knicks.
Oh my god!
No. It's like the gif of that Scared Straight program where they're like screaming at the child to like get up and wake up. That's you.
Yeah, Josh Hart to the Knicks, the best Villanova or the biggest trade involving a Villanova player going to New York last night. It was so funny when that trade happened after that trade sandwich between the D'Lo and the KD trades to me were like, who cares? I'm like, sorry, I cannot care about this. We will talk about it because Jason Buford's coming on and he's a huge Knicks fan. If he remembers. I've had a few times with Jason where he just kind of forgets, but if Jason remembers, he will be coming on at some point. So Jalen Brunson reacted, oh my God, to the Josh Hart trade. Mikal Bridges reacted in live time on Twitter to him being traded, I believe. Yeah. I think this is one of those situations though, where like normally when a guy gets traded, they're like probably pretty bummed. But I got to say, for Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, all them, it must be pretty cool to be like, wow, I was traded for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty nice. Yeah, that's how valuable you are. That you were, especially for Mikal Bridges. It's like I was the centerpiece of a Kevin Durant trade.
That's what I'm saying. Not only were you a centerpiece of a Kevin Durant trade, but he's basically like the super scion version of Kevin Durant. Like, yeah.
It's great. It's great for them. I mean, I honestly, I didn't think the Suns were going to trade Cam Johnson. I don't know why I thought that. I always thought Ayton would be like in this deal, and I'm still
They didn't want to pay him.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. So it's like very I'm still kind of wrapping my head around that.
But who's left on the Suns now?
Oh, this is disrespectful to Landry Shamet.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what's their 8-man rotation? Because we know the four main guys: Chris Paul, Booker, KD, and Ayton. The Torrey Craig is the 5th starter, I assume now.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't even. I'd have to like look at their.
It's got to be Torrey Craig at the 4.
I don't think Landry Shamet is making it through the day as a Phoenix Sun because they that's way too much salary. They've got Kevin Durant at this point. They don't need him.
And also, he has one of those weird deals where like the last 2 years aren't guaranteed at all. Yeah. So he might even be able to be expiring salary, and they can take on longer salary.
We got Dario Saric, Cam Payne, Landry Shamet, Bismack, Torrey Craig, Damian Lee, Josh Okogie, and Jacques Landale still on the team.
That is tough.
I
will say
tough.
Well, Reed, I'll add you in a minute, bud. His name is gonna crack everyone up here.
Yeah.
But I will say their top 4 is obviously incredible. Beyond that, I don't think there's a single player that's like Damian Lee's a fine bench player. Cam Payne, I guess, is an okay bench player. What I'm saying is they're relying a lot on just guys who have not really been proven.
Well, it's going to be interesting. They're going to need to turn Dario Saric and Landry Shamet into like a real guy. I think without a pick, which is going to be interesting.
But like that's the thing. It's like you get like who are you going to try to get like Evan Fournier? Maybe. But the Mavs aren't going to want to do business and send them Tim Hardaway Jr. now. Like
who's left on the Jazz? Is there any like tradable guys like left on the Jazz?
Rudy Gay, Kelly Olynyk. Kelly Olynyk
is like someone like that is like possible. You know what they could do? That you can get there with the Saric and stuff salary, but it would have to be all seconds. Is the Bojan Bogdanovic?
I was gonna say Bojan. You're not gonna get Bogdan.
Yeah,
maybe. Bogdan is might be cooked, but he already played. Didn't he play for the Suns? Did he get drafted by them? I think they traded him on draft night.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Something like that.
All right, we're adding. We're adding Reed to the stream.
Or Reed.
You can't see Reed's full name, but it says Broken Man on it. What's going on, Reed?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're good, bud.
So forget that I didn't go to bed till like 4 a.m. last night because I went back and watched like the Game 7 2021 highlights. I got work being done in my apartment. Like there's no power all day, so I gotta like go out all day. I gotta be out and about. So like I'm now in this like fucking park and stuff. People are probably gonna be hearing me. There's like a baby over there. I feel terrible already. It is so bad. Like it went from like severe anxiety the past 3 days to just like absolute like soul sucking just out of my body and like leaving out the front door and like
I was gonna say you can only cope for so long before you realize what the reality of the situation is. And to answer, no, he is not on a bridge, guys.
Yeah, he's not on a bridge.
He's at a park.
He's at a park.
We're chilling. We're okay.
Okay.
Let hit me. Where do you want to begin?
Yeah.
Okay, so first off, how pumped are you with Sean Marks and Joe Tsai right now after the news came out that they only negotiated with one team?
Oh my God! I mean, I don't want to say this all started when the housing crisis happened in 2008, but like that's what I mean, I understand. Like, okay, so let's actually go back a little bit here. First, let's start from a year ago, like today or whatever the deadline was. They negotiated with nobody on Harden, and they took just whatever they could get for him just to get out of it, which negotiated from like fear and panic. So that didn't work. Mm-hmm. Then you traded Kyrie, and I think they actually made out pretty good on Kyrie. I was team like I guess now like I'm thinking from Sunday Reed. I was like, okay, like this is cool. Like, you know, you got 2 quality players back. Like I guess the plan is let's get some other good pieces around Kevin and try and sell them, and then, you know, in the offseason we'll reevaluate. Clearly, now that I know the information, you should have taken the Lakers deal, because I was team don't take the Lakers deal. I thought that package wasn't as good as people made it out to be.
Yeah, I agree. We just said that.
Yeah, like Sunday Reed, don't take the Lakers package, because why are you going to appease Kyrie? Like petty Joe Tsai? Like I completely agree. I'm totally cool with that. don't get the picks because you're trying to build around Kevin. They didn't consult him. They didn't clearly, what are you doing? What was the end game here? Now you're stuck with all these wins and stuff. Looks like other guys are going to be on the move, but what was the end game? Where are you landing here? They don't have is Mikal Bridges you're telling me next season when I'm re-upping for season tickets, guys, we got Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, I like I like him a lot.
Come on,
yeah,
what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Is Mikal Bridges, he's 26, 27. He's not going to turn into a 23, 24 bucket getter. I
was going to say the hope with him is that he can basically be Chris Middleton, not quite as good on offense, but better on defense. And look, very, very nice, good player, but you're trading Kevin. Basically, we have Kevin Durant at home, is what I'm trying to say here. Is that
but why? What's the rush to get him done? Why would you trade him today of all days? I understand that you want to pull the plug and whatever, but I mean, what's the rush? Not to start a bidding war. Who knows what Toronto or Memphis or New Orleans would have offered if you even called them. Call them.
The market's changed. That is the one thing that I guess we did really overlook here. I still think that the Nets made out fine considering the circumstances, but it doesn't mean that you do your due diligence with this shit and just make a fucking phone call and say, hey, Brandon Ingram, last second, Brandon Ingram, Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, whoever you think is the potential future guy on a rookie contract, even instead of getting a guy
on a rookie contract anymore.
I know he just kicked into a second deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, but yeah, why don't you just call and say, hey, listen, we got this deal from Phoenix. We're taking it in an hour so I could hopefully be asleep. And that's the other thing. They definitely did this at this time at 1 a.m. or whatever. So Nets fans weren't up, and it was you know what I mean? It was shockwaves.
So they couldn't. So all 7 of you couldn't show up to the facility. There are 7 Nets fans, and I've had half of them on the podcast. So,
no, I mean, you guys go.
I know. I was just gonna say, my only question for you is, I don't know. And I keep saying, and people keep getting mad at me saying that, the Nets got fleeced. And I'm like, yes, of course. You trade Kevin Durant and you don't get back.
You lose the trade.
You lose the trade. Of course. This is how it works.
You're spotting him 2 touchdowns.
Exactly.
You're losing.
And I said, well, you can ask your question, Sam, if you have any questions.
I was just my point was about competing because the way that I made sense of this, because I had the same question when I woke up. I was like, why? I was so sure this was going to go to the off season because for all the reasons we just talked about, bidding war, you can especially where people know ahead of time. What I thought this deadline was going to be, now that Kyrie had been traded, was everyone sees, okay, Kevin Durant is going to be available in the summer. Let's get our books in order. Let's make our dunked on cap trades to get our fucking books in line and, get ready to make our big appeal to Kevin Durant. But this happening today just makes me think that the Nets still think they're going to be a player in free agency for younger players down the road and wanted to do right by Kevin Durant, because this is you giving Kevin Durant exactly what he wants, which I think the idea would be that, okay, look, we did right by our guy, even when this didn't work out. We're still a big free agent destination.
Right.
And I don't know if that is wise necessarily, but I feel like that's got to be what
it has to be in the calculus. 100%.
Yeah.
I think it's a good point, but also there's something to be said, and forget Kyrie for a second, but there's a trend with the Nets in this whole era. And I understand that Kyrie made life difficult for everyone and whatever, and he's the worst human being alive and all that stuff. But but every single person that has left that organization has left on bad terms and has said on the new team. And it's not even just lip service or I'm thrilled to be here.
No, it's Paul Millsap and Markieff Morris and
there is something. And I don't know if it's ownership, and we could get into how this more unraveling, because I understand but it takes 2 to tango. I understand Kyrie's bad, but you're also management. You get paid millions of dollars, and this is $1 billion company. You got to handle your guys. And I was team. I understand your reservations not paying Kyrie when they did and what happened, but you still have to manage like the personalities and stuff. Like this has been like a calamity of errors just over and over again. And Windhorst said it this morning. I didn't watch it, so I just saw the quote, but it was something like they said yes, 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 and then they started saying no, 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 and
Right.
that's where it all unraveled.
Sure.
So to me, there's some sort of like, is bad apple the right word? Like there's a rotten sense around the Nets that it's going to take some time for them to do some, rebuilding. Like I don't. Oh, you did right by Kevin Durant. So what, man? Like who are you signing?
Yeah.
Like again, like no bidding war. Like even if you trade him to Phoenix, get like another pick or whatever or another. Like
also worth noting, it's been since the 2019 offseason since a star like Kevin Durant was even available in free agency. And any stars were like every major move since then has been a sign-in trade, a trade. Like these aren't just like guys they get their money and then later they end up going somewhere.
The Supermax has done what Adam Silver and them wanted it to do, which is it keeps you in your draft place if you're high caliber star. Yeah.
And then it just ruins your team on the way out.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost always.
Yeah, like I'm sure the Washington Wizards are thanking God they got to keep Bradley Beal. Yeah. Perfect. Great. I mean, they actually probably do. So it's a very
not a bit.
The only upside of this is, I mean, they're going to be bad, but like you could sell like Cam Thomas, first of all. Like
you say bad, I don't think they're going to be. I actually think the comp
they're going to be mid. No, they're going
to be mid. Like I was going to say, I don't think they're going to. They have too much talent to be straight up bad, but they're definitely going to be middling.
Exactly. I mean, like you could sell me on like Cam Thomas, who like we could talk about him. I mean, like you don't just score 3 straight 40-point games against 2 very good teams at that. Like you don't just like do that. So now he's freed. Claxton, all defensive player. Bridges, like. Probably never going to be an all-star, but like all defensive player. Like they're going to be playing-ish. So like, yes, they lose all the picks and I understand like that sucks and whatever, but like those picks aren't going to amount to much. Like it is.
What are there? 2 left? 3 left?
Like the swaps, you could argue like maybe
they might.
Houston is dog shit.
Yeah, I was going to say Houston's really bad right now. Yeah.
Those swaps like aren't amounting to anything. Maybe the last year when like someone pans out for Houston, like maybe it's a swap like what, like 12 for 14 or whatever. Like, like I don't think like I know like in the aggregate it's obviously awful, but like I'm trying to like assess this as like, all right, like they're going to be like playing-ish. They're like the Wizards now, like cool. Yeah. And like you hope one of these guys pops and then you're back to like
yes, I believe wasn't Jason Tatum a swap or was Jaylen Brown a swap?
Jason Tatum.
One of them was a swap.
Yeah, I was going to say one of them.
I'm on the phone with my dad this morning, like, talking about the trade, and he's like, like it's like Boston, like they were stripped down to nothing, and like look at them, they're back, and I'm like, Dad, the 2 picks that got them there are from us. Like, what are you talking about?
As Will said, the Nets went through the process, but the Celtics got to take the picks.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is the thing, though. This is what, because I think the obvious thing, like, because Nets fans had to live through the fucking the swaps and that.
Yeah.
It's not the same situation. They're not going to be as bad.
You talk about it like it's remember the swap like it's the potato famine.
Yeah, exactly. The potato famine. It was the potato famine.
It was so cold.
We had to
remember the swaps.
We had to move across the great body of water, the East River, to Knicks games where we watched all of this stuff. Yeah, it's. I mean, that's the thing is. I wanted to make this point because, and here comes. Let's fire up the Sam is on his bullshit again. Because
Contrarian Sam has arrived.
Contrarian Sam thing has arrived. I think that they're actually in like better shape than like Houston right now, long term, because you have all of these guys who are. This is exactly where the Celtics were after they traded like KD and Paul Pierce. Was you get back a lot of these guys who can actually play. Like you have Dorian Finney-Smith, you have Mikal Bridges, you have Cam Thomas, you have Jay Crowder. You have all of these guys who can go out for like first round picks. Like they're going to be able to kind of reload on the fly. it would be ideal if they had a coach known for getting a lot out of mid talent, someone like, let's say, Kenny Atkinson on
the Hey, Kenny Atkinson turned down the Charlotte job. Maybe it was all maybe
he saw the vision.
He might come back.
Wait, hold on. Was Kenny Atkinson the guy? Do you remember right before Harden got traded? There was that guy. It was the offseason before, and he was talking about the mass exodus from Brooklyn in the Athletic, and he was like, "This is going to lead to Harden forcing a trade, and then Kyrie forcing a trade, and then KD forcing a trade." It was like a piece that was written a while ago.
No, Kristen Winfield. This is all like ingrained in my poor brain, but
of course,
Kristen Winfield wrote. He's like, like a year ago, like a net source told me.
Net source, gotcha. Okay,
this is all gonna unravel, and we want to go back, or you made a good point, Tim. Mm-hmm. Jacques Vaughn, I am a little concerned about, because obviously look, what am I doing? I'm obviously rooting for the team to win and whatever, but Jacques Vaughn came in and he thrived and got the team locked in and motivated.
Yeah.
But the only other time he was a coach was Orlando, and my brain, it wasn't functioning this morning, but I don't remember who was on that team, but they sucked. He was the coach, I think, for 2 years. They won 20 games each time. So I am a little concerned that his flaws as a tactician and a player
first
developer.
Off, this is bubble Nets erasure. Wasn't he the coach in the bubble for the Nets? Yeah,
that was what 6 games or whatever, 7 games, and then they got.
Hey, he got the best out of Karis LeVert. Bubble Karis LeVert was a different piece.
We beat the Bucks that one time. That was epic. But yeah. I am a little concerned that I think they upped him for 3 years. But I imagine when this team plans to compete again, or tries to go on the upswing again, he's not going to be the guy, and it's going to show in this time, because KD and Kyrie liked him. He was a motivator. Obviously, you're going from Steve Nash to any sort of human being. It's an upgrade. So I think now you're
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that side's going to start to show. I kind of lost my train of thought of what else we were talking about, but yeah, I mean, it sucks. We could talk about KD and the Suns now. I didn't even think about their side. Are they they're it now? That's
well, that's the thing is are they this year's version of the Sixers with Harden last year, where they're
really shallow. They're really shallow.
And obviously KD is way better than Harden was last year. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying from a trade standpoint of they've spent all the things they have, and at least they have a day they've had since 1 a.m. last night to kind of gather themselves and say, shit, can we move some expiring contracts and maybe take on some not great money, but players that will improve the rotation? For example, if he wasn't on the Mavericks, you could get Tim Hardaway Jr. right now as a shooter, because they really lack shooting outside of their main 3 guys. So that's one thing that you could look for, but I think what they're really going to say is, fuck it. We have Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and if this isn't the best duo in the NBA, and that isn't the thing that gets us over the line, we're going to make maybe marginal upgrades around on the fringes. Someone suggested a Russ buyout. I highly doubt that. I think that campaign is better than Russ at this point. And basically, to me, if you're a contending team, the teams that should be looking at Russell Westbrook are the Bulls and the Wizards, and the teams that just want to make the play-in. The teams that just have no rotational bench players and just want to make the play-in. I still wouldn't even do that if I were them. I don't think Russ is good in any capacity. But but long story short here, the Suns, I went from saying a week ago, everyone kept saying the West is wide open, and I was like, hold on, the Nuggets are better than everyone by a wide margin.
Yeah.
And now you have 3 teams that have made trades in the past week that don't put them, the Suns are, if not above the Nuggets, on the same level as the Nuggets. And then the other 2 teams are at least kind of nipping at their heels, I would say. I don't think that the Lakers and Mavs did enough. The Mavs more so, I just feel like having Luka in any series is going to give you a big advantage. But right now, I think to me, it's very clear tier 1 is Suns and Nuggets in the West. And the Suns might be a slight up tier above that. I do trust the Nuggets' depth a little bit more, which is weird to say because I've said that their depth has kind of sucked all year. But their top 6 guys, I trust more than Phoenix's top 6 guys. But they have Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, so it might not even fucking matter.
Right.
Yeah, I on the Dallas thing, that and it's why, I mean, it looked like the Nets were in on Siakam. Like, that was going to be their.
That was the move.
Yeah.
That was what I was going to ask you earlier.
Yeah.
In retrospect, because you would have had to include Nick Claxton. Would you rather go this route, or would you rather have said, fuck it, let's put Claxton in the deal and all the picks we have, get Siakam, and then try to make it work?
Like, keeping Kevin Durant is pretty.
Yeah.
And Siakam, we make fun of Siakam a lot, but he's one of the 20 best players in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the human being button.
Yeah, I would say, I think obviously if you could guarantee that Kevin Durant would stay, you would do that. But like, you can't. So it's like that's like the risk is like, would it be all right to like risk? Is Pascal Siakam good? Is Kevin Durant, is that going to change Kevin Durant's mind? Famously easy to guess what he's thinking. Kevin Durant.
I think if they got
especially because he's a hooper.
Yeah.
The issue is like they were asking for Claxton. Like it was a really tough internal struggle because like Claxton's like my son. Like that's my boy right there. So like tough to give up. Like if it means keeping Kevin Durant, I mean there was no other way where they were gonna get him. Like I was hoping that this like Cam Thomas 40-point explosion was maybe gonna move Masai, but like that guy's such a dick. He wasn't moving off his price. And like,
oh, dude, that's what I'm saying. I've been saying this about Masai. I don't think that he's going to make it. Like, I think that he just
might get through today without a Raptors trade.
Yeah.
I wonder now because that Poeltl trade came in at like midnight.
Yeah.
And I remember I said to my girlfriend, poor girlfriend, she has to like just sit through all this. But I said to her, I was like, you fucking kidding me? The Raptors are buying now? Like these motherfuckers. And then an hour later, she's half asleep. I'm, sitting there, whatever, like
pacing.
Scrolling. And I'm scrolling. I just go, oh my God, he's gone. I go, oh my God, he's gone. And she's like, what do you mean he's gone? I go like, he's a son. Like, that's it. Like, it's over.
Picturing like Reed's girlfriend, like in The Shining, waking up and there's like, KD was traded, like written out, like the Shelley Duvall, horrified, looking at the thing.
I literally went into the other room and just immediately started like cope tweeting. Like my timeline last night is like the dark. You should go see my timeline from last night. It is just dark. Like,
screaming into a pillow.
I think that maybe they got wind that KD was going to go to Phoenix, and they were like, okay, then we're going to, like, if we're not going to get what we want from the Nets, let's start buying or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking out loud. I don't know. At least the team isn't, like, terrible. Like, we'll be, like, in the play-in and stuff, and it will be, like, really depressing. But it just, like, sucks. Like, but again, like, is Sean Marks gonna like oversee this rebuild? Like, because he's just carrying out orders from Joe Tsai. So
he's just following orders.
Yeah.
Like that's what he is. Like it's really tough.
He's a puppet.
I do wonder, what other moves, because I really think that on Monday when they were like the Nets are holding up the trade to talk about like Toronto, or they're talking with Toronto. I was like, fuck, are they gonna get Siakam or OG at the very least? Like, that 2029 Mavs pick is super valuable because this Dallas situation, like, again, I guess, like, obviously looking back on it, the Lakers we should have probably taken the Lakers package, but like,
I disagree. I disagree with that. I don't think so.
Out all right.
I was like,
out all right.
I think that the 2027 and 2029 Lakers picks, look, they have value because I would bet on Rob Pelinka being an idiot and the whole team being total shit after LeBron and AD. But also, I just disagree from the fact that I think that they got, like, that Mavs pick is valuable. And I'm sorry, I said this before you got on here, Reed. I'm taking, if I'm doing a rebuild, I'm even considering taking Josh Green over the 2029 pick. Like, I'm taking the sure thing right now if I'm going into a rebuild. I understand why they didn't, but I think that their reasoning was, we're going to get the 2029 pick and we're going to use that in a future trade to try to get Kevin Durant some help. And then when they realized they couldn't do that, they kind of were in a rock and a hard place. But what I'm trying to say here is, would you rather have the Lakers 2027 pick or Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie? I would rather have Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, I mean, Finney-Smith's on
one
a really
pick
good contract.
Yeah,
Finney-Smith's on a really good contract. And again, like, this Mavs thing, I know you were talking about them as like a second tier, like third in the West.
Yeah,
I don't see it working, man. They are shallow,
and there's no market for Christian Wood right now.
Yeah,
there's no market. They have no defense whatsoever. And Kyrie's gonna leave. Like, he's going to LA. Like, he's gone. So the Mavs are really playing with fire, and now you just squandered a bunch of assets. You squandered your best defensive player. Like, when he's gone, that Luka clock's ticking, and like, the Nets have a value, like that's gonna be their crown jewel, like trade chip. Like it's speculative, obviously, and maybe Luka stays, but like that, I think that was, I don't want to say reckless, but it was kind of reckless. Like I don't know, like.
I think from the Nets' perspective, it's a better bet than sending Kyrie where he wants to go.
Yeah,
like, that
and then
could
like
save the
then
Lakers.
it stays. Yeah, and like he resigns, he like goes to therapy and like figures it out, and like exactly. I don't know.
Kyrie's finally gonna figure it out. We've been saying for fucking 5 years.
He would go out there. He would get to hang out with KOC.
I was literally just gonna say. I was gonna say KOC will get the best out of Kyrie, just like he does with every other player in theory.
I genuinely thinking about it right now. I think KOC and Kyrie hanging out would like balance each other out in like a very like wonderful way. Because Kyrie likes to like think of ideas and like put all this stuff out, and like that's KOC's things, right? Is like I'm always willing to consider ideas.
Sure.
And so like they could have like these conversations like deep into the night, and then you could have like KOC on the mismatch, like talking about.
They would get some dominoes and watch Andrew Tate videos all night. And
I learned some interesting Egyptian history from Kyrie. Would you like to hear about it? And then everyone's like, "Well, Kevin, you can't." But I think Kyrie, like, I don't know. I just think that was a better trade. Let me make a case real quick here to you, Reed, because I've been talking. I have a Nets friend. I lived in Brooklyn for 9 years. I have a friend who's a season ticket holder who's also was in a very dark place. I woke up to a billion texts from him, and I really think you guys are in like this is not like a 6-year rebuild for you guys. I really think this is like a 2-year rebuild. Like you have a lot of assets.
Before you get into this, Reed, I just want to say every time Reed comes on one of the streams of the podcast, it's Reed coming on being an absolute shambles, and then us being his therapist and being like, Reed, listen, think about it. It's not that bad. Meanwhile, Will comes on and he's like, I would literally kill my own parents to have a 50-win season for the Nets.
Okay, Sam, I understand. Like they're back to net neutral on assets. Cam Thomas like seems to be a player. Like we kind of went through this before.
Yeah.
Yes, but like you had Kevin Durant. You know, like
that's true.
Like being a fine basketball team is better than being a shitty basketball team and like whatever. But like this team is gonna just fade into like the mid irrelevant.
Sure.
Like, I don't like, because then how are you getting that next star? Like I haven't even thought about like the cap space situation. We have literally $34 million rotting, like just hooking up with hot chicks in New York. Like it's the worst thing ever.
Well, look, you got Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, and a few picks that got Kevin Durant. So
I mean, we also have Ben Simmons, who in his first game back took 2 shots and got benched for Drew Smith in the fourth.
That was kind of it for. I think that was really the nail in the coffin for KD, and I don't think it was all Ben's fault, but I think that it was definitely a huge part of it.
But let me make this case though, because like I think you were making a joke, Trill, but I really think that guys who can play are way more valuable to teams trading stars than like speculative stuff.
Yes,
like
I agree.
Houston,
I agree with that.
Yeah,
especially
like,
where the Nets are. No, where the Nets are and where they want to be. Getting back Mikal Bridges is better than getting.
Hold on, let's just caveat that with unless that star is Ben Simmons.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because the Rockets made the right choice in retrospect, which is I gave them shit at the time, being like, why don't you just get the sure thing with some picks instead of going for the all picks package? Now they probably should have taken on Jared Allen, who's just like a really good player, but like. That and I thought that was a steal for the Cavs at the time as well. I'm on record as saying that, but. A long story short here is that it's not always the best move. It's just 9 times out of 10, it makes sense to take talent if you can also get draft capital with it.
Look at what the Nets have though. They have a great young front line.
The Nets have one of the best front court defenses in the league, like straight up.
You have Nick Claxton. You have Cam Johnson. I always get the Cams confused. Cam Johnson, right?
There's Cam Johnson and Cam Thomas. Yeah,
right.
they have both now.
I've been calling him New Cam. He's New Cam.
New Cam. There's old Cam and New Cam. Yeah.
Right.
It's like in The Hangover where it's like White Doug and Black Doug.
Yeah. Yes.
I keep wanting to make my points, but someone in the chat earlier said that the Celtics were the colonizers of the NBA, and I've like ever since I read that, I've had that like replaying on loop in my head, like dominate. By the way, comments, you guys are doing a great job. There's like literally just too much.
Hold on. Yeah. I just want to say real quick, Keep in mind, this is Michael Scotto, so this is not a main slot purveyor.
Yeah,
but teams are monitoring Mikal Bridges from the Nets, and I don't think they're going to trade him. I just don't think. Once again, though, it's the fucking Nets. I didn't think they were going to trade Harden or Kyrie or KD, so I can never predict. But like, if the Pelicans offered you 4 or 5 first-round picks right now for Mikal Bridges and like whatever,
yeah, sure, why not? Yeah,
that's what I'm saying is like there could be a team like if OG Anunoby. I'm sorry, I'd rather have Mikal Bridges than OG Anunoby. I just think that he's a more valuable two-way player. I think that Bridges is not as. I think OG's the better defender. I'd rather have Mikal because I think the offense is a bit better. I just think he's a better offensive player.
Contract, right? He's under contract.
He's locked up on a good deal for 4 years. Like. Yeah. If you could get 3 first-round picks for OG, which who knows if that was really true, maybe they could get 4 from, and you could get maybe a Lakers pick. I don't know. It's worth because after we just said we'd rather have the proven player in Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
No, I also think though we started talking about Ben, but he's so bad, and like in my emotional state last night, I was like, okay, can we just get like Simmons off the roster too? Like I can't even stomach to like watch him and look at him. Like he's just the worst. But like ultimately, I think you have to hope like he like plays it out, he like somehow gets better, and he like re-ups his like stock. Because like right now, if you're gonna trade him, you have to attach picks or like something good.
Sure.
You know, like
no, you might as well hang on to him.
I was hoping that if we were trading Durant, Ben has to go with him. But like that obviously wasn't
right. Yeah. You're like, we'll take Ayton if you take Ben. Like
before Kyrie got traded, that was my suggestion was to package Ben and Kyrie to the Lakers and just take back Russ. Like
like that would be a win, but I mean ultimately I think they're stuck like kind of just like playing him out and hoping he gets back to like somewhat close to himself.
I mean, I would
he is awful right now. Like it's like worse than bad. Like
it's really tough. No, I look. I watch the Nets a lot. At first, I was watching as like LOL, and then I was like, oh no, they're actually kind of good. But I've watched Ben recently, and it's sad, dude. Like he's really a shell of himself, and. You can't the good. I mean, if you want to once again look at silver linings from the Nets' perspective, they just traded away Kevin Durant, so I understand why you wouldn't because you just traded away one of the greatest players of all time. But if you want to look at it, it's like there is no pressure to just like give up a bunch of shit to get off Ben Simmons now. Like
at this point, no. In my emotional state, I wanted to.
Of course, yes, of course. That's why we're not GMs, though. Yeah. Sean Marks would never do anything based on spite or emotion. Anyway,
no, not at
anyway,
all,
how are the Mavericks doing with Kyrie Irving?
Yeah. I guess my point here is that it's not like the Nets are like not starting from zero. Nick Claxton is like a legitimate defensive player of the year candidate. Like Mikal Bridges is one of the best like low
two-way role players.
Two-way role players in the like they are in good shape for like if someone does want to come there in free agency. Now you do have to address the Ben problem at some point, and like maybe that's what you use like Jay Crowder and like Dorian Finney-Smith to like as the sweeteners to get off Ben in some way. But then you're kind of cooking because like someone could like walk in, like if you can get some cap space together, like you could get someone in there like pretty reasonably. And you have like Cam Thomas, like who knows how real this is, but like if he like in a bigger role keeps improving, he could be like a Anthony Simon style, like
I like that comp.
Yeah, centerpiece of like a bigger trade or something like that. So I just don't think. I mean, it's a bummer. Like in the morning after, and again, we all agreed the Suns won the trade because you get Kevin Durant. But I don't think the Nets are like fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not the Celtics trade over.
All right, I'll put it like this: the one reason why I would have considered not trading KD until the offseason, because I think that there's just every 6 months there's a new reset of the market. There's a new reset of players that become available, and like. I don't know, Jimmy Butler could ask out this summer, and you could get Jimmy Butler and stuff for Kevin Durant. Like, that's what I'm saying is like, not that I think that's super realistic, but like Paul George, like you could have gotten someone who's way better. Now, maybe they're too old and you're like, fuck it, we're not going to contend anyway, blah, blah, blah. But like, if you want to talk about like getting the best player possible, I'm sorry, it's Kevin Durant. I just don't believe that if teams really thought, because last time they didn't think he was really available. Everyone keeps saying, well, Memphis could offer a better package. They couldn't. I actually disagree. I don't think Memphis could have offered a better package. I think the Pelicans could have. I think that maybe the
Pelicans could
Cavs.
have.
I mean, but what I'm trying to say here is that first off, the Grizzlies' asset capital is the draft pick shit is way overblown. They only have like 1 or 2 extra firsts, and then on top of that, what's the difference between Desmond Bane and Mikal Bridges? They're like the same kind of player to me. Like I like Desmond Bane a lot. Maybe Desmond Bane's slightly better, and because he's just like the most insane shooter. But like they weren't giving up Jaren Jackson Jr. or Ja, so like it just doesn't that doesn't matter to me. The teams that I would have been looking at are teams that have stars that could currently ask out. Trae Young could ask out after the season. Like
Karl-Anthony Towns.
KD hates Trae Young though. KD hates Trae Young.
No, but he could ask out, and then that changes the market, and you can get a Trae Young, or you can get whoever. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Trae Young on this new version of the Nets team. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Cam Thomas alternating 40 balls.
We've been saying Trae Young to the Knicks for so long, and we say the same thing with Donovan Mitchell, and that didn't happen. So
also just another point though, Troll, to support your waiting the KD trade. Obviously, it's gone, so it doesn't matter. But let's just say, because like what I was thinking was, okay, what if they don't get Siakam? They don't make the big move, but they say, hey, Kevin, we're gonna ride this out for a year. In the offseason, we'll revisit it. What if this, because the Nets had a pretty decent team. You make some moves on the margins. You make a good defensive team around him. What if KD just goes off in the playoffs and all of a sudden they're in the Eastern Conference Finals? Like Giannis turns his ankle, or Embiid breaks his face, and Harden, plays like Harden.
Or the Sixers are just the Sixers. Exactly. We've done it before.
This Nets team before the trade was still like a decent team, like top out second round, but like we've seen a stupid team make the Eastern Conference Finals the past 2 seasons. So like why couldn't that be the Nets? And then all of a sudden KD's like, all right, we got something cooking here, let's make a move, and I'm back in. Ultimately they decided
I don't think
won the title.
I'm sorry, I just don't think that this was ever a reality. I just think that Kevin Durant saw the writing on the wall. Kevin Durant said, I want out, and he could have just faked the injury and said it's worse than we thought.
Absolutely. I'm just saying that was like something before the trade happened. I was thinking
that was coping. Yes.
Yeah. Coping. Yeah. No, also completely unrelated, but I saw it this morning. Kyrie was like, since year one, we were talking about like moving out and stuff. And like, I wasn't like so locked in. My man, my brother, you literally said it last season when we got swept by the Celtics. Can't wait to manage the team with Kevin, Joe, and Sean. He's actually like it's crazy. Like
he's gaslighting. He girl boss. Like he did this to the Celtics. He told us at a sold out TD Garden that he would resign in the offseason. Like literally he ruled.
Anyway, I'm here with the scorn exes of Kyrie Irving.
These are 2 men who have been gaslighted by Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie Tucker must die.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I don't look, man. I honestly think the Suns got one of the greatest players of all time to pair with Devin Booker, who has made the leap into top 10 player. Obviously, they should be considered favorites in the West, if not co-favorites with the Nuggets. But Miles Johnson in the comments brought up a great point. Jokic, that is a nightmare matchup for Jokic defensively now. Now that they have 3 of the greatest mid-range shooters of all time, he already struggled with that kind of shooting in the series a few years ago. Now, the Nuggets' point of attack defense is way better. Their offense is going to be better because they have Jamal Murray back and MPJ, who knows with his back. But the team's better around Jokic for sure. But, man, how does that work? I just don't know how that works. Like, if Jokic wins that series – and the Nuggets win that series, they're going to be a real force to be reckoned with. And maybe I even underestimated them. But I think the Suns are top heavy, but I'll lean with the team that's top heavy with 2 of the 10 best players in the NBA when no other team has that right now. There's no other team in the NBA that has 2 top 10 players or let's say you're lower on Booker, top 12, top 15, whatever. There's no team that has that. Like even the Sixers and the Lakers and all those teams that are built on the duos, they don't have what the Suns have right now, unless unless you're Sam and you think Jaylen Brown is a top 15 player.
Look, there was a reason I was okay with trading Jaylen Brown for Kevin Durant.
Yes, of course. Yeah. And you love Jaylen, but
I do love Jaylen. I think he gets too much shit. Someday we're gonna have Will on the. Will and I are gonna have a great debate because he's letting me have it in the in the comments for saying that. I'd like to point out that when Kyrie left, we also just had 2 guys leaving free agency for nothing. So we actually didn't even get.
No, you don't get to complain.
Yeah,
you literally just beat the Sixers last night without 4 of your guys. Enough of this. Tatum didn't even play well, and we lost. No, there is that conversation is banned for today.
All right, I'll take my medicine and sit with it.
I'm gonna leave on this though. I'm gonna leave on this. Should I go to the Nets game tonight? I was planning on going.
Yeah, you should definitely go. Sure. Yeah, that will be a historical event.
Yeah,
I think I gotta see like if the Nets make like a lot more moves where like the roster's gonna be like 6 guys, like that's kind of dark. Like if a few guys hang around, maybe I'll go. Show some support.
Reed is like those guys on TikTok that are like, "Hey, it's actually a lot cheaper to travel to somewhere after there's been a terrorist attack." He's like, "You can just go. You can go. The security is great. And it's cheap."
Well, you will be one of the first people to see if Mr. Whammy survived this trade. This trade might have killed Mr. Whammy.
All right, guys. Thank you for letting me cope. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, have fun, bud. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is wow. The trade deadline. I love it. We love the slop, folks. We absolutely love the slop. By the way, quick thing right now. On Underdog, if you go on there, they have a pick'em right now. If you're in a pick'em state, you can do over 0.5 yards for Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl. And if you get that higher on Jalen Hurts, 0.5 yards, you win, basically. I mean, he will get over, unless he gets hurt on the first snap. It's available to all Underdog users right now. So sign up with the promo code SLOP, get a $100 deposit match, and do that. So go Birds. Anyway, link is in the description. Okay, so holy shit. Anyway. So did you see what all right, we can move on to other trades now because we've got the Reed conversation out of the way. We've talked for over an hour about the Nets and the Suns. Mm-hmm. Do we want to talk about the D'Lo trade first, or do we want to talk about let's talk about the D'Lo trade. Because we'll talk about the Jakob Poeltl stuff because we still don't know if the Raptors are done yet. I still think that they could trade OG. The reports coming out are that the Grizzlies are making a strong push for OG right now. If they put up their first, which I know Sam thinks is never going to happen.
These two are for our. I'm getting destroyed in the comments, so I'm a little distracted. But I will say, look, I apologize. I said last time that Celtics fans are the biggest fucking crybabies in the world, myself included. So sure. I get it. Look, I'm learning and growing. I don't think the Grizzlies are going to. They're not going to do it. Those are two front offices that are very high on their own supply. Let me just say, I don't see that happening. So I think, I guess where I want to start with the D'Lo trade is I genuinely don't understand.
I don't get it.
What fucking happened? Like, I'm still really. I guess Danny Ainge got a first for Jeff Green. And I get that, like, look, it was like a different era, like when that happened.
Sure.
But Jared Vanderbilt's a good player. Malik Beasley is like a mid player, but at a very like important position. Like,
and skill set is one of the best movement shooters in the NBA.
Yeah.
Stop looking at the comments. They're trying to distract you.
I know they're trying to get me. But one of the best movement shooters in the NBA. Mike Conley is like a little washed, but he's still like a starter. Like he's still an NBA quality starter.
Yeah.
So how do you send out 3 guys who are like starters at worst rotation players and only get back a first round pick that is top 4 protected?
Yeah.
And if it lands in the top 4, goes to second. That's the fucking crazy part.
That's the bad part about it. Okay, so the only thing I could think of was the Jazz looked at it like this. The Jazz looked at it like, we can't get a first for Beasley or Vanderbilt on their own, and we value getting what we think could be a top 10 pick from the Lakers in 2027, which really is not as far as people make it out to be fair. It is 4 years away. Like, it's not like 10 years in the future like it felt like last offseason. So maybe they said, you know what, we'll add to the pick combo. We want to get off the Conley contract a year early. And yes, D'Lo going to the Lakers certainly makes them better. Danny Ainge helping the Lakers broke my brain. I was like, this is Danny Ainge, a lifetime Celtic, helping the Lakers. Makes no sense. Hold on one second. I just got to tell Jason. I'm going to say.
Okay. Well, I'm hearing there's a Keith Smith nuke on the timeline. So
what did Keith Smith say?
Well,
it's probably a joke. It's definitely a bit.
It's definitely a bit, but I would
100% a bit. They're fucking with you. Keith doesn't fucking have nukes.
Yeah. No.
Keith is a pacifist.
Okay. Okay. No, it's about Tim tweeting about his mom.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be something like that. It's always like, look at this slop, and he's like, I'm having lasagna for dinner. God damn it. So I just want to say, the thing about Utah is, and my conspiracy last night was, this is Adam Silver trying to help the Lakers. Yes. This is Adam Silver wanting the Lakers to make the play-in for ratings, the playoff.
Yeah.
What is happening? Because he wants them to make a push and get into the playoffs because they have the TV deal coming up and they need good ratings for the playoffs and blah, 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 blah. But from Utah's perspective, the only thing I could think of is they viewed getting off the Conley contract and buying out Westbrook to free up cap space this offseason as worth a first-round pick on its own, because they will now be able to absorb a bad contract for a first-round pick again, or a player they like, or whatever it is. So there's at least that angle you could talk me into, because Utah doesn't get free agents. So it's not like they're going to sign Chris Middleton or Draymond Green or someone this offseason. Like they're going to, or Kyrie Irving. Oh my God, could you imagine? But they're probably viewing it as like that. This is step one to a two-part trade where maybe we get Ben Simmons and 2 first-round picks. Now, KD leaving certainly doesn't help that, but it gives them the optionality, the flexibility. I get it from that perspective, but at the same time, you gave up 2 good role players. You took on Russell Westbrook contract, which, by the way, I was saying for fucking weeks on Twitter and on the podcast, Zach Lowe, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you give up a first-round pick just to get off an expiring contract? Like, that's not how it works. That's to get off a contract that has a year, 2, 3 left. This, basically them buying out Russ and them just saying, okay, you're gone, that means to me that they view the cap space this summer as a way for them to get an extra pick. Now, I still don't get it. And honestly, I know Minnesota wants to keep the salary slot open. I like the Nickeil Alexander-Walker part of it because I actually think he's had a nice year this year and he's a solid bench guard / wing. Like, that's a fine move for Minnesota. But if you're Minnesota, I think D'Angelo Russell's a better player than Mike Conley right now. Mike Conley might be a better fit, but D'Angelo Russell is on a heater right now. Yeah. And the best you could get back is Mike Conley, some seconds, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I don't know. Why? And if you're Tim Conley, why are you trading with Danny Ainge again? Did you not learn your lesson?
Yeah, this is really is like just you know, like it's that thing about like the rat hitting like the thing that shocks it and it doesn't learn because it still got cheese. Like that's
exactly.
Yeah. It's that like that same dynamic again. I mean, I guess like if you're so sure D'Lo is leaving, like whatever. Because I still D'Lo is like one of the most polarizing players in the league. I still myself personally don't know what I think about D'Lo because like it's like hypothetically.
That's right, no ducks.
Yeah, thank you, no dunks. What's actually I just don't know if I guess I can't tell if D'Lo is like actually good because like hypothetically the spot up shooting
it's hard.
Yeah, like the spot up shooting, the above the break shooting, like that stuff that's like hypothetically valuable. He's an okay like
he's a good passer, good feel.
Has good feel. Like he shoots too much, but like that's like not even the worst thing in the world sometimes because sometimes you just need volume. Like not when you have Anthony Edwards on your team, but like, you know, there's things like that. So I guess, you know, if you want to make that move. So I didn't even see the end of the Minnesota details. It was seconds and
so they got seconds, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who is expiring, but like, if you actually look, like his shooting's kind of come along this year. Very small sample. He plays like 15 minutes a game, but like his shooting's kind of come along. He's had a good defensive season. Like Mikal Alexander-Walker's a solid role player. Like I don't think he's anything special, but like to get an extra whatever. But it's basically That's a perfect way to put it, Will. This is what I said last night, is that D'Lo's 50% all-star, 50% less loud Kevin Porter Jr.
Yeah,
It's basically you go from a player who is, and when he's on a heater, like he has been, he's like a top 25 player in the NBA. Yeah. And when he is not on a heater, he's not even a top 100 player in the NBA. So it is hard to balance because of his streakiness. And when the shot's going in, he can look really great. He's so unathletic that he'll just never be a good defender, but he's like not as terrible as he was in his early years. The fit with LeBron and AD is going to be really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because this is the Lakers once again. And look, we shit on the Lakers for, hey, not going harder after Kyrie. Maybe not you, but I was like, well, it doesn't make any sense to me. The Miles Turner and Buddy Hield not getting them. Well, you basically got a discount version of Miles Turner and Buddy Hield and Jared Vanderbilt and Malik Beasley. And then you also took a flyer on a guy like D'Angelo Russell for free, basically. Yeah. You basically just said, fuck it, we got him for free, might as well. And now the Lakers at least have 8 rotation players that feel normal. I don't think that this vaults the Lakers. The Lakers still have to. The one good part about it is they will definitely be ahead of the Jazz now. The Jazz have decided they're punting on the season. And look, they might just win some games because Will Hardy's a good coach and they have enough talent left over, but they're going to pass them. The Warriors are without Steph. They could pass them. There's a chance that in the next few weeks to a month, the Lakers could jump up into that play-in range, but we're still looking at the possibility where if they don't get the 7 or 8 seed, they got to win 2 games just to get into the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, I guess I'm so surprised because I feel like if you had broken these guys up, I feel like, maybe you weren't getting a hypothetically like high quality pick,
sure,
like the Lakers pick might be. But you could have gotten a bunch. I think you could have gotten essentially 2 first-round picks at minimum for dealing Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt separately. Not good first-round picks, but this Lakers pick isn't that good. Like,
no. If the top 4 protection makes it like the upside of this pick is not as high as it was.
If they suck, they're gonna tank.
Yeah.
Like, and have an 80% chance of being in the top 4.
Sure.
And if they don't suck, you're going to get a shitty pick. Like, so I just, it's not good value, like on its own thing. I just don't think the Lakers, this is why I don't like trading like the protections that go to seconds, because that incentivizes teams to tank so fucking hard. And you just don't see that. It's going to end up being a 2nd-round pick if they're bad. And if they're not, it's going to be a 25 pick anyway. So why not get 2 of them?
Yeah,
but splitting them up.
I mean, look, and it's possible the Lakers could move Patrick Beverly, Lonnie Walker, and a first-round pick today, protect that 29 pick, and get like Gary Trent Jr. or someone like that. Now, I don't know if they want to do that. Maybe they just say, "Fuck it, we already have enough good players now."
Yeah.
But hold on.
I am aware I was being hyperbolic about the 80% chance. It's still not good. I
have 2 things on Mikal Bridges real quick.
Okay.
Miles Johnson said who's the Suns reporter, said the Nets could get up to 3 first-round picks if they flip Bridges. I just got hit up by someone who's plugged in with the Pelicans and said they already reached out and the Nets basically said we're not going to entertain it right now. So they're holding on to Bridges. It sounds like once again we can never figure it out, but also no bits. I saw JaVale McGee to Boston and I almost exploded. That's where we're at. No bits in the comments, please.
If that happened, I would. That's like one of the only things that I think could make the Celtics lose in the 2nd round.
Yeah. JaVale McGee. Well, if you just put Blake Griffin out there and the Sixers don't guard him, he might turn into the best shooter from the 2009 draft.
If we trade for JaVale McGee, Jalen will actually leave in free agency.
No. Okay, so by the way, the Pelicans person also said they are still in on OG. So they're talking about OG right now. Yeah. So there's at least that everyone said to put a bet on it. It sounds like Fred VanVleet is the one that is more likely to get moved than OG Anunoby as of yesterday, which is just crazy to me. But like, Now they traded for Jakob Poeltl. Like,
I didn't even see what were the details of that trade. I've been so looking at net stuff. I didn't even.
Kem Birch and a protected 2024 first. I didn't see the protections on the 2024 first. But I right as of right now, there is no like I don't understand what the Raptors are doing, trading their first round pick next year protected for Jakob, top 6 protected. What if the Raptors just suck again?
That's crazy. And it says they also sent seconds, but are those like fake seconds or something? Like that's a lot for a guy who's expiring and like
for a guy who's like Jakob Poeltl, who is a terrible fit offensively with the Raptors once again. Now he will help their defense, and I know their defense has been a big problem for them. Rim protection has been a big issue for them, but I just don't get it. Like, I woke up this morning and I saw both trades and I was like, what? I don't understand why the Raptors did that unless there's an OG trade that's coming that makes them better temporarily. Because, like, you're not going to take a picks package for OG now. If you just traded your top 4 or top 6 protected pick next year.
Yeah. And the seconds are unprotected, 23 and 25. That's kind of a lot. Like if you suck again.
Yeah,
well, 2023 second is their 2023 second is like a mid.
Yeah,
that's going to be like 43 or like 40 or something, which is not great. But as far as second round picks go, that's kind of valuable. Like
as far as the Raptors go in terms of like getting Jakob Poeltl, I don't really get the fit. And then, but a Raptors fan did bring up to me, the Raptors are going to be in the tax now because of this trade. And if they're in the tax,
they're definitely trading. They're definitely making another move then.
But like, are they going to move OG or Fred VanVleet, or are they going to move like Chris Boucher to get off his money? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like
I feel like they're gonna like move on from some of this. Their spacing is still gonna be dog shit.
Yeah.
Like you can't.
Yeah. But like, are you going to trade OG and Fred VanVleet then? Because those are the floor spacers. That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes them worse this year. I don't get this at all. Maybe they're trying to do what Portland did, where they just do like the rebuild on the fly type thing.
That is what they're trying to do.
That hasn't worked out great for Portland. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of
until they get OG, which is my projected thing that OG will go to Portland. I'm still not giving up hope on that. Stay woke.
So I just want to say that I'm kind of confused by all of this. I'm so sick of Masai and Maury's bullshit, to be honest. I'm so sick of them like standing on their principles and like. I just love when a team's just like look, it might be dumb and it might be like whatever, like to like make us a big splash trade, but like the Sixers have a 2029 pick. Harden's expiring after the year. They just lost to the Hospital Celtics last night. They could unprotect their future picks and just get like a real like rotation player that will help them right now, and they're just not going to do that. And Kyle Lowry potential deal to the Clippers. That's from Florida. That's from Barry Jackson, who's a Heat guy.
So that doesn't move me. I'm more impressed with the idea of bands having trade deadlines. I don't think Boy Genius can move Lucy Dacus and Julian Baker for Mitski. You're going to need to add some picks there. Mitski is like a true 5-tool player. She's the Durant of sad girl music, so you can't really. You got to do more there. No, I guess my thing with Toronto, I still think they're going to like make trades. I think they did the Poeltl trade, in fact, to buy themselves some leverage.
Sure.
Like, oh look, we're serious. You better come with an offer because like we might just hang on to our guys with Jakob Poeltl in tow. We can make some noise in the East. Playing.
I was gonna say you're the 11 seed. Like that's what I'm like. Are they just committed to making the most disgusting brand of basketball possible? I like that really like. Okay, so we've added a non-shooting center to our team that is spacing and shooting starved, and we might trade OG Anunoby, who's one of the floor spacers, and possibly Fred VanVleet, who's our best shooter.
No, it's not good. I'm still shocked at the level of assets they gave up. Like
you're going to prison, Gregory Smith.
Yeah, Gregory Smith. I'm sending. This is what I want to do the Nas Reed for Peyton Pritchard joke more, but then I remember how mad his fake trades make me, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm becoming Gregory. It's like a real mirror moment for me. Like,
well, they're gonna get Jay Crowder for fucking pennies now from the Nets, which is like the Nets are gonna help the Bucks take down the Sixers and the Celtics easily now. Well, the Sixers easily, but the Celtics.
Can you pull up Andy's comment? Bridgers has a Mickey Mouse ring.
Phoebe Bridgers does not have a Mickey Mouse ring.
Can she do it without Paul Mascal? I don't think her with Bo Burnham. I just don't trust that pairing.
Is Bo Burnham her Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, he might be the Kyrie. He really fell off after so it's gonna be crazy.
Jay Crowder for Grayson Allen? No, that's the thing, is that they're not even giving up Grayson Allen in the trade. That's what makes me even madder here, is that they're going to give up George Hill and Serge Ibaka in seconds or some shit. Like, Montrezl Harrell subtweeting Keith Pompey. No, that is Slop.
Protect Keith at all costs.
Yeah. What is Montrez saying? Let's go to Montrez's timeline.
I don't care. I'm siding with Keith. I will protect Keith at all costs.
Protect our boy Pompey.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You really charmed me with the story about him being frozen out of the front office by accidentally leaking the trade details.
Yeah. Now we don't have second round picks to trade at this deadline because Keith Pompey had to get a scoop on PJ Tucker and Daniel House.
Well, so you know what though? So in a way, Montrez should be thanking Keith, because he would definitely be traded for those second round picks.
Yeah, it's true.
Second round picks if Keith hadn't done that
with them. Yeah,
exactly.
But also, I would do any the Montrezl Harrell thing is very much a much smaller version of the Kyrie Irving thing, where like not that he's nearly as bad. Like I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything, but like Montrez in terms of like every front office being like, it might work for us. It's like, this is the 4th straight season that Montrez has actually in the regular season has been a plus, but has at least had some issues with some people. And then the fans hate him. And then he's out the door. Like, what is this, his 5th team in four years? Like, crazy, dude. Shut up, Will. Yeah. I am upset. The Sixers lost to the Hospital Celtics last night, and we have nothing to trade. We have nothing to improve the team. The 2 guys I wanted were Josh Hart and Jared Vanderbilt.
I mean, I will say, pretty dicey call in that game where with Grant Williams
clearly fouled Embiid.
Clearly fouling Embiid.
Yeah, but that's what refs do when they're like, oh, well, it was very clearly a foul, but we didn't call it, so we'll just say it went out of bounds. Yeah. But now the challenge has thrown a new wrinkle into that because technically it actually was out of bounds on Embiid, but it was very clearly a foul. But either way, Celtics beat the Nets by 50 and then they exploded. Yeah. Yeah, the Celtics. It does feel kind of mean that the Celtics are just twisting the knife in the Nets back. Everything goes to shit right after that.
I will admit, I did not think Sam Hauser would get back on his feet against the Sixers. That was tough.
Yeah, well, I mean,
when the Sixers are catching a lucky break for
when the Sixers don't. Oh my God! The spy balloon was actually sent by China League scouts for Trez. That's a good one. Very, very good one. But no, like I do kind of look at it like I want to point this out, and this is very funny. John Morant said, "I'm good in the West," and then the West in the Grizzlies was good, and then the West immediately became 100 times better. You now have 3 teams who massively improved on this. Miami and the Clippers could be potential landing spots for Russell Westbrook. What are you doing? Please, I need the Heat to get Russell Westbrook. Please.
So I wanted to make a joke last night about Russ and Spo being like unstoppable force, immovable object.
Sure.
But also, though, Russ is also like an effort guy, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even though like Russ can be like really stubborn and everything, I feel like Spo would figure out how to like harness that. Like, I feel like they could kind of figure it out, even though they have no shooting, like and adding Russ to that would like make it even grosser. They figure everything out. I think that might actually work. Yeah.
Not going to work. I'll put money on it. You know how many teams have tried to make this work? It doesn't work, dude. When you get to the playoffs, Russell Westbrook is a negative player.
Because you need him to play defense, but I think that Spo could.
No, because he's the worst shot selection in the NBA. He literally is shooting 35% on jump shots this year.
But he's also like hasn't had like a real coach ever in his career, like ever.
Well, Mike D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni was good for the that was the end of the Rockets. That was definitely the best coach he's had.
Yeah, that was like a weird situation where like Harden was like kind of checked out. Like
So I don't know. You can't talk me into Russ working on literally any team, even the Miami Heat.
Buyout? I mean, worst case, just fucking bench him. I don't know. I think that's. I don't want that to happen. I hate the Heat.
I need that to happen.
They're gonna give him adrenochrome. I know better than to like wish for this.
Russ hasn't been good in like 4 years, dude. Even when he was good, he would get to the playoffs and be a disaster.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. Look, Eric Spoelstra is a demon. Like he has demonic magic. He has seen the voice of man.
Okay,
he's crossroads. Yeah,
this is the nightmare scenario.
That's what I'm saying. I think
if you turn him into a Bruce Brown type, and of course he did get. The only thing I will say is that Spoelstra made PJ Tucker not look like the worst offensive player in the NBA. That's the only
all the time. Yeah. He got Max Strus. Like it only lasted a year, but he used his dark magic on Strus and Duncan Robinson. The problem is he did so well with Duncan Robinson that Pat Riley believed it too and gave him money.
Yeah. I will say the difference between Bruce Brown and Russell Westbrook is that Bruce Brown is shooting 38% in the mid-range, 63% at the rim, and 40% from three right now. And I know he's at a different point in his career, but Russ is shooting 52% and 34% and 30%. So even the best version of Russell Westbrook to me is like a bench player. Like I can't be moved by it.
They don't have a lot of good rotation players though, especially if you're going to make a trade. Look,
you sound like AFC Russ is buying in this role. It's true.
Russ just screens. I mean, here's the thing: you literally lose nothing in a buyout. What you have to waive Hayward or whatever the Highsmith. What's his name? Hayward.
They might even. I think they have a roster spot because they moved Dwayne Dedman.
Like who cares? Like you bring him in. You see. I think it's worth checking out because you have Spo. Most teams in the NBA, I would absolutely agree.
That would be a disaster for the Clippers. And by the way, I think he picks the Clippers because he doesn't have to leave. He can literally just stay in LA. But 2 years ago when he was traded to the Lakers, he said he wanted to get traded to LA was his thing. And they said the Lakers or Clippers. And he laughed and said the Lakers, of course. And it's like, I mean, the Clippers have been more successful than the Lakers since the Lakers won that chip. And I can't believe that. It was just funny to me that he like disrespected them. Suns shopping Ayton. Gregory, is this real Slop?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know.
Is this real Slop?
I'm skeptical. I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they do want to trade him because he like actively like he's like swatting Monty Williams' house every chance. But yeah, I don't know.
To be fair, and I do think the Clippers are cooked. I do agree with that. I've been off the Clippers bandwagon for like a month or two now. But okay, so I need to say this. The Ayton thing, a year ago, Gregory Smith came on the podcast in January and said the Suns are shopping Ayton, and people gave us shit because they were like, oh, that's not real, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It came out later. They actually were shopping Ayton during that time, so I'm willing to believe that is the case now. I just wouldn't trade him at this point of his value. Let him play with Kevin Durant for a few months and see how much better he looks, and then trade him this offseason.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that yet.
It's like, look how much better Ben Simmons looked playing with Kevin Durant. And DeAndre Ayton's way better than Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Defensively, Ayton and KD, two really good rim protectors. Yeah, I'm sticking with that. Okay, so I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, I will take over the Slop Fest reins. So many of you probably thinking like, with Sam's in charge, we're going to talk about JRPGs. Wrong. We're going to talk about God of War Ragnarok, the game that I just played. Loses a little bit of steam at the end, but overall, a pretty good experience. Story really locks in. Okay, fine. I'll put the pickle back on. Wubba lubba dub dub, it's me. It's Pickle Rick Friedel, everybody. Do you have any questions for Pickle Rick Friedel? Oh, Morty, I'm going to Dallas, Morty. I'm gonna ask him some questions, Morty. I've broken every one, Morty. It's Pickle Nick Friedel. Hold on, can I no, I can't make. All right, I actually can't see well enough in this to actually change my name again. So we're gonna stick with Pickle Nick Fidel from here. I don't know if you guys saw, but Rick and Morty doesn't have a creative association with Justin Roiland. I'm sure we all believe that. That's what I'm agreeing. So yeah, we're gonna keep working on that. But yeah, Pickle Nick, yeah, I actually also do need to use the bathroom as well. I think that I think Nick could ask him about what he thinks about the JFK assassination. It would be like very funny if Kyrie was actually like really well versed on like, hey, it's kind of weird that like he was in New Orleans and belonged to an anti-Castro group and then a pro-Castro group right after. That's a little strange. Sorry, we're talking about the JFK assassination.
That's why Pickle Nick Friedel is going down to Dallas to investigate, see for himself. He's going to get there and be like, "Listen, Zach, I've looked at the Zapruder film, and I just don't believe a bullet could bounce like that."
Yeah, right. Oh God. All right. I'm gonna run to the bathroom now.
All right,
cool. You take over.
I will chill. We're going for 7 hours, folks. Promo code Slop, Underdog Fantasy sponsoring it. Super Bowl. Sign up. $100 deposit match. Let's get it. Drinking seltzers all day. I decided not to drink. I was gonna dress up as Russ Cole from True Detective. And smoke a pack of cigarettes and drink a 6-pack during it. But I decided I wanted to keep I might order some wine at some point, get it delivered from GoPuff. But, I'm definitely getting Domino's at some point. Actually, I should probably order that soon. Nick Friedel is probably in heaven right now because he doesn't have to talk about basketball still. This is great for him. He can just talk about all the drama. Why didn't I do it? Because I had a crazy week. I've been trying to I explained to everyone on the stream last night that I lost water in my house. I haven't been able to it's been a crazy 24 hours. I had it all planned and I have ADHD, so I wait until the last second to do everything, and then I was just like, forget it. But Super Bowl score prediction. I think it's going to be high scoring. I think both offenses are going to be able. I think the Eagles are going to be able to run the ball. I think the Mahomes and the Chiefs will be able to throw the ball. I'll go 34-27 Eagles. I've been saying since August, this is not you're a homer or whatever. I've been saying since August, this is the best Eagles team that I've seen since the Super Bowl, and I think they're better, to be honest. I think that the Eagles are a much better team, and I think that Patrick Mahomes being like the best non-Brady QB is the only thing that stands in their way, basically. So, yeah, Rochelle, exactly. She knows. Script was leaked, 37-34 Birds. Let's go. Celtics offered for Poeltl leaked. Pritchard Gallo, multiple seconds. Honestly, I wouldn't have paid more than that.
I think that's what they probably should have offered.
For a expiring center who is fringe starter backup level. Jakob Poeltl is quickly becoming one of the more overrated players in the NBA because of nerds. I did it with Jared Vanderbilt too. I love Jared Vanderbilt. I think that he would have helped the Sixers a lot because they really just need athleticism, defense, rebounding, whatever. he is probably overrated by nerds. There are just a handful of guys that are like super overrated. OG is another one who's like a much better version of both of those guys. I think that like what is Jakob Poeltl going to do for the Raptors, dude? I'm sorry, like I just that doesn't. No, I'm not about that.
The Raptors, Masai might be washed. I saw
he might be. When was the last time he made a good move?
Friend of the pod, Doyle, admitted it on the timeline today. He said, "Yeah, I think Masai might be washed." Like, that's tough, man. Because I honestly don't think they would have been in if they could have nailed the OG trade. I don't think they would have been in like that bad of a scenario. I still think Scotty Barnes is like pretty good when he's not with Siakam and OG. Sure. Like you need to like put some guys around him, but like maybe will the ATO show never come back? We might at some point, but
you guys should come back.
Yeah, well, I think
we'll put it behind a paywall.
Yeah, we'll put it behind a paywall. We'll become a supplement. I mean, we are
supplementary podcast.
Well, you know that we're also owned by Sixers Adam, who is in turn.
That's a good point. Yeah. Sixers, it's all Sixers media.
Yeah, it's all Sixers media because it's it's a rights to Ricky Sanchez property. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. They don't know. Mike and Spike don't know that they own us, but they do. So
exactly. Yeah. Because they're a conglomerate at this point.
Right.
All right. Let's answer some questions here.
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see. All right. We saw the Poeltl one. Sam, are you 4 for 4? I like how the Union are in there and not the Flyers.
Yeah. So I was in my younger. I was actually at Pat's. Because I'm a spoiled bitch child from
the Pats and the Celtics.
Yeah, the Pats. Well, then the Red Sox. Like I was like,
really true.
Fucking spoiled. I was really fucking spoiled. I mean, I technically root for the Bruins. I'm actually I became an ironic Mets fan. That's like less ironic now, just because they were so cheap. Like the worst thing that ever happened to me was them making the World Series because then I couldn't go drink like $10 beers.
Oh, the Mets! I thought you said the Nets. I was like,
wait. Yeah. I did go to a lot of Nets games when I lived in Brooklyn though, because it was like right. I lived off the G train, and it's like not that far to go down. The G train doesn't drop you right at there. You have to walk a little bit, but you can go shopping at Target after. So yeah, but I'm pretty much just a Celtics guy now, like straight up.
But okay. To answer that question, I don't care about hockey, baseball, or soccer, but I will root for those teams if they go on playoff runs. I'm a front runner. I really only care about the Eagles and Sixers. And then in my younger days, I was a Penn State football fan because I went to Penn State, but I don't really follow them for some reason.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure nothing bad happened there. Fine.
For some reason.
My
opinions weren't popular in 2011 when I went to Penn State. Let's just say it like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I agree with Will. He said that Boston sports fans who are 20 to 30 years old are the worst group of people in the world because I'm 33.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
So I'm good actually.
Yeah, I agree. You're worse than ISIS.
Yeah.
Okay. There was another one in here. Someone said, who are the players that are most underrated by nerds in the NBA? Jaylen Brown, 100%. Jaylen Brown's number one, I would say.
Probably.
Because everyone sees Jaylen Brown and they say, he can't pass, he can't do whatever. Calculated rats don't like Jaylen.
Yeah.
Honestly, D'Angelo Russell, I think all nerds think D'Angelo Russell sucks. I don't think he sucks. I think that he's overrated. Or I should, as I'm saying, he's underrated. He's overrated he's overrated by the general public because of that 1 year he had. But as Mike Chiodo pointed out yesterday, he is in year 7? He's 26 years old still. He's had 3 different career arcs. Yeah. Okay. By nerds, Will, like you. You're the one who underrates Jaylen Brown, dude. Not by the general public. Those are coaches and not people that have have access to synergy thinks that he's overrated.
I love Will being in here because this is like our big day. We've got a lot more people Will just knows how to get under our skin. He's like a professional heel, like in the comments, and can just like immediately elicit a reaction from us. I think Trae Young is actually become really underrated because of boomer shit.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, agreed. Trae's a good one.
I think people he's still an offensive engine.
Very flawed player, but
it's
very
like,
good
can
player.
you win a championship with him? Who fucking cares, man? Like, he's so good.
I was, as of 2 years ago, I was a big DeMar's underrated guy, but I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah,
I think his analytics are good now, so nerds have kind of accepted that. On the, I'm literally just looking at EPM right now, being like, who's underrated by nerds on here.
Yeah. Those are most of the big ones, because it's usually like a little bit of a narrative thing, you know what I'm saying, that also like leads to that. So like it's usually like guys like Trae Young or something like that come up. I wonder, I almost don't want to say this one because I don't want to admit it, but I do feel like, because I do this and I'm going to tip my hand and break kayfabe here, but I do think Bam is probably a little bit underrated, because like people focus on like he disappears and like, you know, he doesn't play that much. He's fraud out of bio, but he's actually like pretty fun.
He's really, really good. And his defense is like, he's one of the most versatile defense. Like he's basically, he's not Draymond, because Draymond's one of one, but like post Draymond, he's the ideal kind of center that you want in the playoffs for your defense for sure.
Yeah.
Think the Nets move Watanabe. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now I can get into this.
Let's go.
They can't afford to sign him anyway. Korkmaz in a second for Watanabe. Talk soon. Paul Reed, are you interested in Paul Reed? You have Day'Ron Sharpe, who's the worst version of Paul Reed. Would you like the better version of Day'Ron Sharpe?
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon, is he really underrated anymore? I feel like they just give Jokic credit for all of his success, so I guess he is underrated. He's a good player. But also, he kind of took, like, he was not very good when he was in Orlando because that role wasn't good for him. Jalen Green, I don't know if you could even say that nerds underrate Jalen Green, because Jalen Green has been pretty up and down so far in his career. Actually, Anthony Edwards was, but he isn't anymore. And I was with that.
Can I read a Hollinger tweet from 30 minutes
Yeah,
ago?
I saw it when I went upstairs.
Mikal Bridges in Memphis would be amazeballs. Elite shooter, elite defender, great in transition. Amazeballs!
Why are you saying this, sir?
I love Hollinger. God damn.
Dude.
I wish he didn't like piss off ESPN when he left, so he could like be on more stuff outside of like just Zach. Like,
I wish he didn't defend the war in Afghanistan.
I forgot about that. Oh my god!
I should have hit up Anthony Doyle to see if he was available today. I didn't know if the Raptors were going to make trades. I reached out to 2 Raptors people, but So here's Anthony Doyle, our resident Raptors sicko.
Raptors correspondent, unknowingly.
Who's never been on the podcast. We got to have him on at some point. So his tweets were, those protections are lighter than I would have wanted. Don't feel great about the trade at the moment, pending other moves that the Raptors make today. Those protections of the pick are so bad that this is only the deal of the deadline for the Raptors. It's going to be a complete failure of a trade deadline. I'm so annoyed at these protections. The Raptors used to be a team that always won on the margins. Now it seems to be always losing. Rob Pelinka is doing better on the margins than Masai Ujiri this deadline. That's where we are. Unfortunately, Masai might be washed, guys.
He was literally doing Frank Sabatka. We used to build shit in this country. Now we just stick our hands. Now we just stick our hands in the other guy's pocket and come back with Jakob Poeltl.
Canada used to be a great country. We got Danny Green for nothing in the Kawhi Leonard trade. Fred VanVleet, undrafted, developed. Pascal Siakam, late first-round pick. OG Anunoby, late first-round pick. Come on.
Doc Workers being like, it used to be that you could get Kawhi for DeMar DeRozan.
The star trades.
I look around, I see these kids with their blue hair and their Jakob Poeltls, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Very funny. I would love
they're thinking basketball Patreon subscriptions.
Pounding the rock. Who the fuck is pounding rocks? We're supposed to be playing basketball. These guys are from Brooklyn, but they're Toronto. So it's
hey,
oh my god. Toronto here.
The ethical bucket Raptors are now the fat cats.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, it's gonna be hard. Another Raptors Sixers series might make me seriously contemplate not watching basketball anymore. The Sixers make me sick watching as a fan, and the Raptors bring me just negative joy. So
they're gonna have to put like content warnings on like on TNT whenever they come back from like ad break, like whenever they have like a mature audiences.
Warning,
like
this series may cause seizures.
Yeah, disturbing content will follow. You may see Scotty Barnes shoot 30 times. Oh God. Yeah. God damn. God.
Yeah. Kevin Durant not being a Raptor is a silver lining of this as well. Kevin Durant not getting traded to the Raptors, Heat, for me, the Celtics. I'm glad Kevin Durant's out of the West. I'm like, or out of the East, and now he's in the West because the East is already so strong that it would have really fucking sucked if a team in the East got, because the West, and it's funny because Morey when he first got here was like, he basically did the Ja Morant thing. I'm good in the East. He literally said, I'm pretty sure he said, I'm good in the East after going through all those years of the Warriors and the Thunder and the Spurs and all those teams in the West. And then I'm like, you jinxed us because now the two best teams are in the East. But would you, if there were a Suns Bucks series tomorrow, who are you taking? Because I think we both would probably still say the Celtics have the advantage due to the depth. The top end talent is not quite as good as Phoenix's, but it's still really good.
I'm not going to be talking shit. Let me just say that. Like I'm gonna need to like lock in. I still think the Celtics are going to need. I would like the Celtics to get an actual big man who doesn't have injury. I mean, on the one hand, because I do think, because people always do this with their team. It's like, oh, well, you need insurance if like Luka goes down. It's like, if Luka goes down, you're fucked. It doesn't matter. And, Rob's not one of our best guys, but if Rob goes down.
He's just like Luka Doncic.
He's just like Luka Doncic to me. So,
as the Sixers proved last night.
Yeah. I mean, I just think the Celtics are like kind of fucked. Well, I just mean like he's irreplaceable. Like,
Vanderbilt would have been perfect because he can play with or without Robin Horford.
Exactly.
And I don't really think that and you could have got him for $4.5 million, whereas like most of these guys, like everyone wants, we got to get Mason Plumlee, and it's like, well, Mason Plumlee makes like $8 or $9 million. Like, it's going to be hard to talk your owners into like, hey, here's our emergency center we have as our third guy. Like, it's tough to get guys. Honestly, people are going to be sick of me hearing this, and I hope that it doesn't happen. But a flyer on Drummond would be nice for you guys just to have, because he makes $3 million. Like an emergency center that's that level, and like a good locker room guy like Drummond. Like everyone loves Drummond, and I know Ainge was the GM at the time, but you guys were interested in him on a buyout in the past.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's a lot of teams that still have like business to do. So something we can talk about just in terms of like trades, because I think we should probably start the reckless speculation.
Let's get it.
Kind of what we think might still happen today. I think the Suns, now that they don't need Landry Shamit's contract, are going to try to turn him and Dario Saric into something.
Yes.
So interestingly, even though the Jazz took on Russell Westbrook and they're waiving him, they still have two huge trade exceptions, and could be a facilitating third team.
Wait, what are the trade exceptions?
So the Joe Ingles trade exception,
true,
like 9.2, and then they have a Rudy Gobert one that's like 9.6 or something like that. And both of those guys, Shamit and Saric, fit into that in terms of like money cutting and like, so there's stuff like that around the league. We've talked about this before, but the Wizards have a huge, or is it the Wizards or the Nuggets? One of them has a huge trade exception.
Sure.
I think it's the Nuggets, actually. The more I think about it, it's like a Monty Morris trade exception or something. Now that they've traded Poeltl, they didn't take back a lot of salary. I mean, the Spurs still have a lot of cap space to like take and absorb guys. I'm wondering, what's going to happen with that, because I think there are going to be some other people trying to get under the tax. 72P.
Everyone's going nuts on your
yeah. I'm sorry. It's going to be important. I'm telling you.
Look, football players get CTE. Sam gets TPE.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'm just saying they're important because they let you roll over your flexibility while getting under the tax, and that's why it's fucking important.
All right, I'm sharing the screen right now because we're going to run through and we're going to see the players that could possibly be acquirable for Landry Shamet and Dario Saric. That's where we're at right now. These are the guys that make in that range. Okay, we're gonna scroll through. We're gonna see if we can find Eric Gordon.
Yeah.
Oh, they could get Eric Gordon
for
Landry Shamet, Dario Saric, and
they could
and a second. Because wait, have we looked into the Shamet contract is not guaranteed after this year, right?
Let me pull up the details. I'll go on. I'll find it out. But
they've been interested in Eric Gordon, and I don't think the Rockets are getting anything but him.
Yeah, I mean, and because that's the thing is that it would need to just be seconds at this point because they're pretty like asset starved, so it wouldn't be like a huge improvement. But anyone who can play at least more than like Landry Shamet is like consolidatable. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's worth for them looking into.
Once again, Bogdanovich, Evan Fournier. I don't think they want Evan Fournier's money. That's way too much. But Bogdanovich. They could take a flyer on him. I mean, look, he has one more year after this. I don't think that he has any value. His injuries, he's kind of low-key been like fell off a little bit as a scorer. He's still an incredible shooter, but it will be tough for them to get any real value back for him. Yeah. Eric Gordon wants a buyout to play for Phoenix. Is that a inside information or is that just a thing you've heard? I don't.
Well, I remember he wanted to go to. They signed him to the offer sheet, and then New Orleans matched it.
There's famously the cardboard cutout of Eric Gordon in a Suns jersey that leaked. They thought that he was going there. And I mean that was a while ago. It was like 2014 or some shit, but or maybe it was 2017. I can't remember. But by
the way, the Shamet thing is non-guaranteed in 24-25. And then
what about Duncan Robinson?
26. Yeah, I mean, you could
playable.
Definitely get him, but I just don't.
They need movement shooters, but they also already have Landry Shamet. So, like, why would you move? You're basically moving small Landry Shamet for tall Landry Shamet that makes twice as much money.
That's like a tough one.
The Heat are interested in Dario Saric, by the way. I did see that, which is funny to me. And that was from a Heat reporter too. So. Okay, let's keep scrolling here. No, I mean you don't want Davis Bertans.
Nurkic, backup big.
You're not paying a backup big $15 million.
What about Lou Dort?
No, they couldn't.
You don't think so?
No, not for that.
What do they do? I mean, the Thunder are going to have to open up playing time at some point.
At some point, but right now, I think you'll just wait until the offseason. You could get a first-round pick for Lou Dort, right? I think so.
Could you? He's sneaky, not a great shooter. He had that big.
I'm not a huge Lou Dort guy, but
locked up Harden that one time, and everybody went insane. But I don't know. I'm a little.
You could definitely get Will Barton,
Christian Wood. There we go. Now we're talking.
Yeah, but the Mavs aren't going to want to help the Suns in any capacity. Is my thing. Yeah. Now, especially now that they have Kevin Durant, you could get Will Barton, but I think he's going to be on a buyout after the season. Yeah, Doug McDermott.
Oh, good. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Yeah.
Doug McDermott seems realistic.
Yeah, that's a real.
Josh Richardson.
Yeah. Okay.
If they can't get all you have to do is give up a second to get Josh Richardson. So you could send like Dario Saric and a second for Josh Richardson. I think that's the kind of move that they could make.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, you're adding to your already sizable luxury tax bill, but like.
You got Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
New owner. You got Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
He wants to own Dan Gilbert and show him that he's the number one. I'm the number one mortgage guy in the NBA.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm the biggest scumbag.
The asset thing is gonna. He's gonna try to top Rocket Mortgage come in there.
Yeah,
maybe we'll trade with Detroit just to get in there and further destroy the city, allegedly, hypothetically.
So Lowry's definitely out, by the way, it sounds like.
Oh, really?
The Miami Herald just confirmed. They said they're focused on moving him. They want to get rid of him.
For what?
I mean, my guess is that it's going to be one of the, it's going to be for, nothing. I mean, he makes $30 million.
Is he, the only thing I can think is he's going home for Kerry Trent Jr. in a first or something like that.
That's what we were saying.
Yeah.
Before. Yeah. Well, Lowry wouldn't get the first. Right,
no.
The Raptors can't trade a first.
Raptors would get a first for taking Lowry on because he's more money.
All right, well, let's look at the Clippers contracts now. Let's pull up the
Yeah.
Clippers contracts and see who could be involved there, because I think it's got to be one of the guys that's not in their rotation.
It's probably like Robert.
Well, John Wall's going to get bought out anyway, so
yeah,
which is really sad.
yeah. You can put $6 million. That's $6 million right there, and then
Hold on.
you've got like Robert Covington, Norm Powell. Like maybe I don't know. Like
I
if
wouldn't
you
give
want
up
to try
any
to
of
find
these guys.
trade.
I would rather have all of these guys than Kyle Lowry making $30 million.
And they honestly, they need like they need a backup big kind of too. Like if Zubac goes down, they're fucked. Like
Yeah.
really bad. They have
Yeah.
like no big. Like
Yeah,
you can have Robert Covington be your like backup center in like I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So even just to get to his money, you would have to include like Reggie Jackson, Robert Covington, and John Wall and Amir Coffey or some shit. Like that's
I think that would get you there, yeah.
But that's like I don't why would the Clippers do that?
I don't know. I
They're definitely not trading Batum or Zubac.
I have no idea what they're gonna do. Like to be honest, like
They're not trading Norm. Yeah, like
I wonder. Well, you know who's been kind of quiet too is the Warriors. I wonder about them
because they are looking to move Wiseman and Moody, which is, as a Warriors fan said in the stream last night, they're just saying that to appease the fans, and then they can say there was no one out there. Oopsie. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we tried. Well, Steph's hurt, so we don't want to spend. Although it would actually save them money if they got rid of Wiseman at this point. It would save them $100. Did you see that report? $120 million on tax in the next year.
Like it makes sense for them to. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying like because people like kind of their eyes roll back in their head when we talk about like tax stuff, and it's like who cares if you're saving like $5 million off of like a millionaire's thing. What you don't understand is like when you're in the repeater tax and some of this shit, like just cutting like $1 million can like literally be like $30 million in savings. Like so it like which is like basically LeBron. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's literally 130. So yeah, it's thank you, White Dante. That's the Warriors fan who was saying that. Did you see that disgusting? Sixers are interested in Zach Collins. Okay. I actually don't hate that. I mean, with the guys that are out there right now, Zach Collins is a fine backup big option.
He's just
always hurt.
Yeah.
But he's shooting 66% at the rim, 49% from mid-range, 35% from three. Okay.
By the way,
defensive rebounding and offensive rebounding rates are good.
By the way,
turns the ball.
James Wiseman fits perfectly into the Rudy Gobert exception. Rudy Gobert TP
for the Jazz.
Just saying,
you're gross.
Just saying.
Are they going to take a first round?
Wiseman, you are the backup for Walker Kessler.
Kelly Olynyk for James Wiseman in a protected first.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, that would be great for the Warriors. They're not going to do it, but that would be great for them.
How much does he make? Let me adjust the trade here and see what Kelly Olynyk's. See, Kelly Olynyk makes 12.8 though, so you don't even. Well, you could get the TPE though anyway. So if you send if you sent back like Moses Moody and Wiseman,
sure,
you would get the Warriors would create TPEs while taking on Kelly Olynyk. So I'm just saying, you also get a TPE.
You could get a TPE, dude.
TPE.
You're getting a TPE, dude. It's the Dell commercials.
Yeah, you're getting a TPE. But Wiseman and Moses Moody, that the thing is, that's only saving them like $500,000.
Having to attach your having to attach a pick to your number 2 overall pick. Well, let me tell you a little bit about a man named Hashim Thabit.
Yeah, exactly.
Because James Wiseman that's where his value is, and that they had to give up a first round pick to get Shane Battier back, who actually was a pretty good role player for the Grizzlies. So, all right, let's see. No offense to anybody, but just okay.
Someone asking me why the fuck do you remember Rudy Gobert's TPE? Were you on the stream when I said that Dwayne Dedman's cap hold occupies the part of my brain that my late mother's laugh used to occupy. That wasn't a joke. That like literally did like just wash out. So my perfectly smooth brain just filled with calf numbers. So sorry about that.
Yes, unfortunately, we do not have the capacity to store every single cap hit in the NBA, but I definitely know way too many for my own good, for sure. I don't know the TPEs though.
I love the TPEs. You guys are sleeping on TPEs.
So we will be joined. Jason said he was going to join us at 11 a.m. It's now 11:09, so we'll see if we can get
he'll be in here.
Resident Knicks fan Jason Buford, former.
He's celebrating getting Josh Hart.
That's right. He's getting.
We didn't talk about that one at all. But I mean,
I like that trade for the Knicks.
Like,
I mean, Josh Hart is good, and he's such a Tibbs guy.
That's what I'm saying. I tweeted Last night. Tibbs is going to find a way to play him 57 minutes a game. like that. It's like an ideal. It's going to be gross basketball. I wish Josh Hart had gone to like a team that can actually win something. But
sure.
But I like Josh Hart a lot. So I think this is a good one. So.
Okay. Trill, why do I not jump out of a window of a second-story window? Second-story building, I'm assuming you mean here, in regards to the Sixers. I don't know, because I feel like doing that right now, so I'm probably not the best one to be giving you advice, but there's more to life than sports, so I can offer my opinion here. Yeah, last night was kind of felt like they showed a little bit who they are. I still think that the shooting being as terrible as it was, and Maxey and Tobias playing as poorly as they did last night, plus just Joel, look, Joel's stats look good, but it's very much a thing that when the Sixers get into big games and they're under pressure, they kind of revert to who they are, which is a lot of iso ball, a lot of lack of ball movement, no plays being run. And part of that is on the coach, part of that is on the stars, part of that is on, honestly, everyone. I think that the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. Is what we can look forward to this week. If they're really they don't have a ton of moves to make right now, but look, I would be happy if they got Zach Collins because he's much better than Montrezl Harrell, but I'm not doing fucking victory laps for Daryl Morey for walking away with Zach Collins from the trade deadline. Nut up and make a real trade, bud. Seriously, I'm sick of this shit. This is the window, dude. This is the window that they have, and if they don't make real moves today, I'm gonna come away really pissed. Especially because Thibault outplayed Tobias and Maxey last night, and now we're gonna trade Thibault. Like, what are we doing? I've been the number one negative Matisse Thibault guy, but the best minutes in that game last night were when we had our two defensive stalwarts who are fucking offensive zeros out there, and that's not sustainable against a team like the Bucks or the Celtics when they're fully healthy. So this team is just filled with too many one-way players. The stars are flawed in their own right. Honestly, James Harden has been fantastic against the Celtics this year. I really can't complain about him, but it's just all right. Montrez is going off. All right, we got to pull up Montrez's Twitter timeline.
Yeah,
hold on.
Sure, it's fine.
I'm sure he's what is his Twitter name? Hold on, Montrez. I don't. Okay, there we go. Monster-Trez. Okay. All right, let's see. He started tweeting and he said, "Sad, sad world, LOL, but continue to hate me, Lemo. I've survived for 29 years and counting. I can only imagine the players y'all try to bash who the media labeled as the next whatever. LOL, man, I'm trying to catch hell, huh?" Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Look, imagine the first thing you do is with your life is talk down and hate on someone you don't know nothing about or never could be. I mean, look,
he's spitting. He's spitting. I mean, like, it must suck. I mean, like, he's playing bad, but like, I'm sure he's getting a shitload of shit for. It's Doc's fault.
Why are we mad at Montrezl Harrell?
Yeah.
It's not Montrezl Harrell's fault that the general manager and the fucking coach are putting him in this position. He's not the player he used to be, dude. Like, yeah,
he's not good. It sucks that he's.
This is all about Keith Pompey, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's what people are saying. Yeah, he's
going after pay.
And Montrez had a fine career. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not mad at Montrezl Harrell. I'm mad at the people that are in position to put him where we should have invested better in the backup center position. It's been a thing for fucking 5 fucking years, dude. And Daryl Morey has his little philosophy where you never spend money on the backup set. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Like, he has these nerd ass opinions, dude, of like you don't put anything into the backup center and this is what you get. You only hit on veterans minimums every once in a while. Drummond was a miracle in comparison to all the other ones, dude. Yeah. DeAndre Jordan sucks. Montrezl Harrell is not the guy that he used to be. Like, it was never going to work.
Shirley, you don't understand. The reason you come up with a philosophy like this and you don't put backup center minutes in is so you're ready when like you can take a chance on a young guy who's like a movement shooter who's like and really develop that guy at the back of your bench. So that's
exactly.
why you want to get that guy some minutes.
You gotta save roster spots for guys like that fit that mold of player that are would fit with your stars. You know what I mean? You it's not like you're letting these guys walk for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
It is funny because if fans ran the team, we would be the worst team in the NBA regularly. Because if fans ran the team, we would basically, the closest comparison I can make in the modern NBA, because there aren't very many GMs left, but it would basically be like a worse version of what the Dallas Mavericks have done. Yeah. And just like overreacting to every little thing that happens. Yeah. That's what's like. Sixers fans were like, we need to trade Maxey after last night. And I'm like, at the bottom of his value, he's played terribly this year, like compared to what his standards were. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, if you had listened to the fans and you had just kept Isaiah Joe, like we had always said, you wouldn't be in this situation. It didn't even save you any fucking money. And he's talking to Kyle Newback and he's like, well, we have good players. We if we didn't have good players, we wouldn't have to worry about losing guys for nothing and blah, blah, blah. We want to, and I'm like, okay, well, look, the Furkan Korkmaz contract has not worked out. And I actually like that contract when they signed it. The Jaden Springer pick has not worked out. And I like that pick. So I can't sit here and act like I have all the answers, but I definitely would not have cut Isaiah Joe for nothing. I definitely would have made sure that my coach played that fucking guy. Like he's very clearly a good player and a very valuable skill set. Like Isaiah Joe's basically going to be like Malik Beasley, but with better defense. Like which is exactly what the Sixers are looking for right now. It's just insane. But anyway,
it's tough. So what do we think? Let's bounce around the league real quick and just kind of like, because I do want to get ourselves. Yeah. I love trying to do predictions so we can clip it and put it on TikTok when we're
let's go.
So
we've gotten all of them. I've gotten all of them wrong so far. So
we've I can't remember. I've done so many I can't even remember. So what do we think the Trailblazers are going to do today? They're kind of a wild card one we haven't really talked about a lot.
So Trailblazers, I think that they're going to be aggressive. I think that I'm surprised that they're not in the OG Anunoby sweepstakes to our knowledge.
They might be. That's what I'm saying. This might be a real G's move in silence like lasagna. And, that's Mike Schmitz, folks. Mike Schmitz is back.
Yeah,
they have Cam Reddish
in the NBA.
They got to get Cam Reddish. They got to pair Cam Reddish with OG Anunoby and really go crazy.
Okay, so I have the fact that they got that extra first round pick makes me think they might be looking to make a Nurkic upgrade. But the Nurkic upgrade that I had thought of was Jakob Poeltl. So like send Nurkic, send a first round pick, and get Jakob Poeltl's expiring back, and then like. But now I'm like who? Like I don't know who's out there right now that could really make a difference for them. Now maybe if they want to give up all their picks and go get Mikal Bridges, but like that doesn't seem super realistic. They'd have to remove the protections that's on their picks this year just to move future picks. They have one extra one now that they have traded Josh Hart, but like, are they going to get a player that's better than Josh Hart for that first round pick? Is my question. I don't really see a ton of upgrades out there for them that make it like a real difference in this, unless they're Ayton's an interesting one. Now Ayton, but like, what do you have to trade Jeremy Grant to get Ayton probably?
Well, maybe it's a three-way trade though. Maybe you're sending Nurkic to a third team like the Spurs or something like that. Spurs are sending like Josh Richardson and like something else value, Doug McDermott, and like, and then, you're sending picks to,
I would rather just keep Ayton.
And maybe I probably like at this point, but like, Also, like, you don't necessarily have to get a big back if you're trading for Nurkic. You know what I'm saying? You can just kind of like, maybe they are just going to try and, I mean,
maybe they're trying to get Pascal, but
so trading Jeremy Grant and Nurkic for Pascal and a bunch of picks.
Yeah, or one of their maybe Sharp or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I like Sharp and Simons, but like Dame's having an people are not even realizing that he's having a ridiculous shooting under the radar season. Like, one of the best Dame seasons, and it's probably going to be wasted. The one guy that I did hear that was like floated out there, which I don't think there was any validity to this because I don't think Chicago wants to move him. But DeMar DeRozan was interesting. I don't think that he would be a perfect fit there, but he was a guy that they would throw out there and like maybe aligns a little bit. I know they've had interest in him in the past, but like, I don't know. I just don't really see anything for Portland that they can make right now. I think that they should just be patient and wait until the offseason. What are you going to do? Like, make a push for the play-in? Like, I think where are they at right now in the standings? I think they'll probably make the play-in anyway, right? Let's see. Let's look at the standings.
Yeah, I mean, like
for the 10 seed.
The Lakers are like back.
Yeah, that does complicate it. Is that if you think the Lakers can catch you, you're dropping out basically. But they're still behind. No, they're ahead of the Jazz. They could pass the Warriors without Steph, though.
Yeah,
that's the one thing that they have to look at and say, okay, if there's a team we can leap, it's probably them, right?
I would think so, and like I do think, like, I wonder if they like zig because they can also zag. You know, they could also sell on like trade Jeremy Grant. Zach Lowe talked about this on like one of his last podcasts that like he's not sure that they're like gonna like keep Jeremy Grant at this point, and like, you know,
I think they will. I just think that trade was such a home run for them that unless they get back real value, like, do they get 2 more picks and say to Dame, like, Bill keeps saying this. He's like, well, Dame, you're staying anyway. So just trade Jeremy Grant at the highest point of his value as an expiring and go from there. And then I'm like, how are you going to sell Dame on this? Like, Sharp isn't even good yet. Simons is struggling, isn't already a great fit. You just traded Josh Hart, who is the main guy you got back for CJ McCollum. Who are you getting?
Well, maybe it's a buy trade where like you're selling Grant and like picks for a guy like Siakam or something.
Yeah,
like that.
That's where I think they could talk it in, that you could talk me into that kind of move. But the Jakob Poeltl move just shows me that the Raptors are not serious about like really selling. Now, will they move a guy like Fred VanVleet or OG Anunoby if they get blown away with an offer? Yes. Maybe Gary Trent Jr. as well. Sure. But I mean, I think that this really leads into Celtics Matt's conspiracy theory, which is that the Raptors are actually low-key trying to be the worst offensive shooting team in the NBA and load up on defensive role players so that they can get a shot to get one of the top 3 guys in this next draft. Basically, maybe, they won't get criticized for tanking because they traded for Jakob Poeltl, but they now have the worst spacing in the NBA.
Yeah,
even worse now.
They made it worse. How do you make it worse?
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
and if they trade Gary Trent Jr., like, nobody on that team can shoot above like 35% from
exactly, dude. Yeah.
And I like Pascal, but like all he can do is spin move. Like,
and like when he has bad spacing, it's not gonna be good. Like we've seen what that looks like in the playoffs, and like there's just a ceiling to it. You know what I mean? Yeah. By the way, I am ordering Domino's, the best pizza chain restaurant. In case you guys were wondering.
Trill is too weak to and is eating. I will not be eating. I'm all liquid diet, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. I figured we would really lean into it. I'm normally a local pizza guy, but ever since I swear that the pizza chains like have purposely put that argument out into like rank the pizza chains, because I've had Domino's like 3 times since that argument.
We got a question about what rat mode would be in French. Raton du mode, I believe, would be the rat mode in French for the Canadian listeners. So raton du mode. Yeah. Raton du mode. The Raptors are going to be in raton du mode.
Well, that was my other conspiracy theory: is do you give the Wemby Wemby is the ultimate Raptor, right? Like, literally Masai's wet dream. And then he's right next to French Canada. Montreal's right up the road. Quebec.
Oh my God. I didn't even think about that.
A French Canadian, like,
Well, and the Raptors are kind of sneaky, like a huge market team too. Like it would benefit.
They're massive.
Yeah.
The reason
Adam
someone
Silver.
said the reason why the Raptors get talked about so much is because behind the Lakers they get the most clicks because they have an entire country of people that are interested. Like that's why they push their stuff on ESPN so much, and Zach Lowe talks about them so often.
Yeah. So and that's why. So the new conspiracy theory: Adam Silver is rigging the lottery for Wemby for the Raptors.
Is it the Raptors or the Jazz? The Jazz are too good. Someone said, are they going to reward the Jazz for being the good competitive team and then helping the Lakers? They're going to reward them with Wemby,
yeah,
but they're too good. They almost have 30 wins.
Yeah.
Like that would be very much like, okay, what the the Raptors at least I think are a little bit behind them in the standings if I remember correctly. Hold on, let's see. The Jazz have 27 wins and the Raptors have 26. No, they're about the same.
Yeah.
Neither of them can really get bad enough to be in that bottom 5, like unless they truly blow it up.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough for them. Like they've kind of already made their bed with this season. Oh yeah, we're gonna get some Domino's, baby. Let's go.
Man, I literally can't get Domino's because they don't deliver to where I live in Maine. I live so deep in the woods. It's not a bit.
You are the NBA Unabomber, the parody satire,
exactly,
parody satire.
But I am a little Caesars guy though.
Yeah.
So that's my move.
I know we've talked about this. It's disgusting.
$5 hot and ready. You can't beat it.
I don't support this.
Like Domino's isn't disgusting. Come on.
Domino's is absolutely disgusting, but it tastes better.
That's not true.
This is slop. This is slop for the piggies.
Season. This is the slop pizza slop.
And I'll say this much, Wolf, I agree. I usually do value my endorsements. I don't give this stuff away for free. Mm-hmm. But you guys are going to see me eating the Domino's on air anyway, like David Hasselhoff. So I'm not going to lie and just say.
well, this is planting the seeds. We're doing the work early.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting it out of the way.
This is guerrilla marketing. Maybe we already have an endorsement.
We're planting this exactly. Domino's will see this, and then they'll send us free pizzas, and then
the Noid will be a guest on the next spot.
Yes.
We've been trying to avoid him, but we've tried to avoid the Noid.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we've been accused of like ripping off Chapo Trap House Valor, which obviously, but that would be just our next step to do an extended avoid the Noid bit.
And just pretend like they never did it.
Yeah, exactly. Just totally rip it off.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh God. But anyway, we're gonna. I don't think the Heat are going. Well, you know what? Let's talk about I kind of want to talk about the Hawks too. Because I haven't heard.
Are they going to do anything?
Somebody posted in chat that Woj said during one of his reports that the Suns were really engaged on Collins before the KD shit happened. And I don't know. I just don't know if that's I don't know if John Collins is going to go anywhere. Like, is this the time that Atlanta finally rips off the Band-Aid because they suck and they're just like, you know what? Fuck it, fine. We'll take the fake first that's 2 seconds for John Collins and just fucking rip the Band-Aid off. Because I kind of like the Jazz for him, to be honest. Like next to like Walker Kessler, like I don't know how they get there. They don't really have the guys that I wanted them to trade for anymore, like Malik Beasley or like.
That's the problem. Is that who do they have left? Kelly Olynyk and picks. Like
Kelly Olynyk might be able to help the Hawks. But
they need shooting.
Yeah, they need shooting, and they would give them a big power forward kind of guy to go next to like Yeka Nkongwu or like Clint Capella when he's healthy and stuff. So,
but yeah, like that's the thing is like the problem with every John Collins trade is that there's none that can make the Hawks any better in the interim, and I think they're already seeing that Trey could ask out this summer.
Yeah, right.
So it's like, do you really want to make the team that much worse? Because then you risk losing your star player. Like I don't know. Have the Hawks? I haven't really been paying attention. Have the Hawks been playing better recently, or did I just make that up?
No, they've been playing better. Will they could get there with Daniel. Will asked if the Pacers could get there. They have Daniel Tice, TJ McCollum, and Goga, and that would get you to about $20 million right there.
Yeah, I have to give up picks though.
That's bad money because Well,
And
I mean, those guys
they have
can play.
the Cavs and the Celtics first round picks, but those are both late first this year.
Oh, they've also got cap room, I think.
Yeah.
They've got about $11 million in cap room, so they don't even need to like perfectly match. So,
yeah. God damn it! I keep seeing fucking fake trade shit. NBA Trade Report is not a real source, guys. Let's stop retweeting that onto our fucking.
Yeah, the latest Haynes just tweeted teams inquiring about Portland Trailblazers star Damian Lillard are being told unequivocally he is not available. So,
Jason, you got to get on screen, bud. I can't see you. There we go.
There we go. Oh, we got Jason. Let's go.
Yo.
There we go.
What's good?
What's up?
What's good?
We have bad news, dude. Damian Lillard is not available for trade, according to Chris Haynes. Same thing we've heard for 7 years.
Yo, I'm relishing the downfall of my fucking enemies, bro. Yo, you know what? Never trust two chaotic black men. You know what? I saw this coming immediately when they both signed both Kyrie and KD. I was like, these guys are the most flimsy men on the planet, bro.
Would you have taken them on the Knicks, though?
Oh, obviously, yes. Clearly.
I was gonna say, it's very funny because I know that Quo from Cookies Hoops said the same thing, and he basically predicted this from the jump. So good for him. But he said the whole time, he's like, "Oh, this is such a Knicks move to do this," and then I'm like, "You would have taken them in a heartbeat." Come on, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving.
No, I mean, I would. I mean, KD's an incredible player. So was Kyrie. I mean, of course. I would have loved him on the Knicks, but like the fact that they blew up the Nets, it means so much to me. I've been
This is actually Jason's Super Bowl.
Yes, right. Yeah, exactly. I've been ecstatic since last night. You have no idea. I've literally I've had extra pep in my step. Like I got out of bed this morning.
and then the Josh Hart cherry on top too. Like it's
good,
wonderful.
Good move. Good move.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, we were saying.
Well, Jason, do you think that they're going to try to get the 2016 Villanova team back together and trade for Mikal Bridges next?
It's better than having that Duke team with Cam Reddish and RJ Barrett.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that.
It's better than having that whack-ass Duke team that everybody always talks about. Cam Reddish is one of the worst players I've ever seen in my life.
All right, we're going to clear out. We're going to let Jason cook for a little bit here.
So, okay, here's what people need to understand. Understand about Cam Reddish. Just because somebody looks good while playing basketball doesn't make them good. Okay, like he looks nice if you're like out here like, oh, he's just playing pickup and like whatever. Sure. Yeah, like he looks nice, sure, but he has no lateral quickness. He's got no defensive awareness. He has no ability to pass. He doesn't care about passing.
Oh no, not at all.
It's trash, bro. It's embarrassing. It's like a mental illness, honestly. Like people who like Cam Reddish like want to play. It's a mental illness. Like it really is.
It's poor Hooper pilled.
I was gonna say it's the poisoned Hooper pill. It's not like
it's not Cam Thomas. It's a poisoned Hooper pill.
Yeah, I was gonna say being Hooper pilled is liking aesthetically pleasing players and like understanding the value that shot creation and shooting and just kind of having like whatever. But when we get into Cam Reddish stuff, it's like we're reminiscing over stuff that he did when he was in high school. It's not even like he doesn't do it in the NBA nearly as much as he used to. And like, look, he's 23. Maybe he'll figure some shit out. I don't know. I never really know what these guys. But I people are already asking, does Jason have a podcast? No, Jay, I don't think you have a podcast, right? You're just writing now, right?
I do not have a podcast. I'm just writing. Me and Troy used to host one, but
yeah, we used to do 808s and bars back in the day. But
back in the day,
4 years ago.
No, I'm just writing. I've been kicked off of Maine, so I'm on Truth Social, by the way.
So wait, you're not on Twitter anymore?
No, I only have the burner account. My main got fucking clipped, dude.
I can't imagine what that's like.
Jason,
I've never been.
I'm on Truth Social though. No cap. I'm on Truth Social. I like it. I'm liking it. I can't imagine social.
Imagine what it's like to be on your fourth account. I would never do that.
Yeah, I send Sam links, Jason, and he has to go on his phone because his IP address has been banned from Twitter.
I've been like super banned on my IP address. They're like,
oh
no. No, they're actually cooking up podcast slop in the chat right now. They're trying to figure out how they can get Jason on the pod for me and picks.
Salary dump.
Yeah, salary dump.
Create a TPE for Sam.
I'm like gonna put out tweets like, no, I think Jason and I can play really well together. We could have a super team here, 3-man pod. Like,
you know what super team this is though? This is D Rose, Melo, and Porzingis in 2016.
We're all washed.
D Rose is like, man, we a super team. We're just gonna go with that.
It's us and the Warriors. You know what I mean? Us and Rights to Ricky Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, I like this Knicks team. Barrett's killing me. I mean, RJ is just killing me.
Yeah, that's I need to hear your RJ stuff because look, we've tried to be nice about RJ, but it's been really tough this year, and it feels like the team is better without him.
What is he good at? He's not good at anything. That's the problem. It's like, okay, like even defense, like I thought maybe last year he was going to be kind of just like Andrew Wiggins, like plus defender,
right? Yeah.
Like, damn, like when I watch, like he's getting cooked off the dribble a lot.
Yeah.
And then it just. If he gets the ball where he's on the move, he's a little better because of him being a southpaw, and he can get to the paint a little bit, but it's just the shooting's not good, and like he's not fluid. He's hard to watch. Like it's just good at everything, not elite at anything. And if you want to be an all-star player in this league, you need to be elite at something.
Yeah. So. Even the announcing crew is out on him right now, right? I heard that Walt was
clowning him. OD.
Yeah.
Clyde is really funny because Clyde will clown players, and you don't expect this kind of suave man who's just like a fucking 1970s Dolomite, Black. You don't expect him to be clowning people, but he be clowning players all the time. It's crazy.
Yeah,
he's literally he was like, he's like, do we have these new stats now? And the stats say that Barrett is last in the league. It's like, goddamn, pal.
They gotta get like the factory safety worker sign, like this many days since an accident. It's been this many days since Clyde said that Barrett was percolating in the corner. That's how you know he's really out on him.
The other day he was like, Brunson stupendous and Sims spectacular. I gotta fight this shit, man.
Well, that's the thing is that I actually think that what the Knicks should do is they should just trade anytime they have a pick. They should trade it to ensure they can only pick in the 20s and 30s. Because anytime the Knicks make a pick in the 20s and 30s, I'm like, that's a good pick. I like that.
Quickly's a hell of a player, man.
Quickly,
really
yeah.
A month and a half ago, I was on our podcast and I was like, they were talking about they were floating his name out there to get first round picks to try to move for a star or whatever, blah blah. And then I was like, just don't trade good players. Like Quickly's good and kind of the perfect third guard on a contending team. I wouldn't want to get rid of a guy who's proven to be a good role player this early in his career and isn't going to make a ton of money. Like you guys could probably re-sign him for what? I don't know, 13, 15 million a year after the year. I personally think that they should really consider just standing pat for now, continuing to get good. I just didn't really care about the Josh Hart trade when it broke because I was just I was hoping that Josh Hart was going to get moved to a team that was in contention and could really
he's not playing that well this year. Also,
he's having a Dan year.
A little bit below his scorecard. I think he'll be a lot better playing with Brunson. I like the move. I thought it was a solid move.
He's good.
I mean, Bridges, but I'm like, I don't know. I think I'm fine if they just stay with this and they have a lot of picks still. I think I'm fine with just this.
Well, who's the next star that asks out that you would really want? Because that's what's got to. Because the Donovan Mitchell thing obviously came and went, and you guys didn't get him, which sucked. But who would you want next?
Mitchell. Looking back at it, we probably should have got Mitchell, right? It looks like he has an extra gear that I didn't know he had.
Yeah. Right.
right? We should.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
Sam was not for it. I was for it.
I was not. I was with you.
I mean, Mitchell. Look, Mitchell's kind of a loser, so in a lot of ways.
Well, that's
we know he's a Mets fan, dude. He's a
Mets fan, bro.
Yeah.
That's a loser mentality, bro. He really is. Off rip.
Rudy Gobert tricked me. I was like, Mitchell quit on his team. I don't know if they need
that
in New York. And then I was totally fooled.
Anyone who plays with Rudy Gobert deserves to quit on their team, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need support.
If I played Rudy Gobert, I wouldn't even show up. I don't think I'd show up. I'd just be like, yo, I'm not coming to work today.
Yeah.
Critical Mitchell should get an I survived Rudy Gobert. And it's literal because he's a COVID super spreader.
Working with Rudy Gobert is like working at Kroger's, bro. You're just like, yeah, I'm good.
Critical support for the Minnesota Timberwolves. The heroes, Anthony Edwards, and we're praying for you. So,
I think what the players' negotiation, what the hang up in the negotiation, because they just pushed back players' union and the new labor deal, is that players want to make it so players don't have to work with Rudy Gobert. That's
the number one stipulation.
Yeah. It's this is just simply too much for the players.
That's a labor deal. That's a fire labor deal.
Yeah. No, I like what the Knicks have done. I thought they should have traded for Mitchell, but after it didn't happen, I'm like, I kind of get it, only because I've kind of looked at it the same way that Zach Lowe looked at it, where it was like, is Mitchell really going to put you into contention? No. And maybe there isn't a star that becomes available, but maybe you have a good enough package where you can swing 2 stars, or you can get 1 star and a free agent to come to you eventually. And then that's really what puts you on the next level. Because Randall's had a bounce back year. Brunson's been great. I always like the Brunson signing for the jump from them. But I guess my whole thing is what star could become available that makes them push in the chips? Because if Mitch, and one of the things that, shout out to our buddy Matt, who we're commonly referred to as Q on the podcast, was basically arguing that the reason why you trade for Mitchell, he's a Knicks fan, and he was like, the reason why you trade for Mitchell is because you could see him taking that leap into the top 12, top 15 guys in the league. And he basically said, if you look at his stats and his pull-up shooting and all that stuff, he's very similar to Damian Lillard in his early years of his career. So you could kind of look at it as maybe we're getting the next Dame or whatever, but we have to buy a little bit lower on where his stock is at right now. So would you rather just if Trae Young became available this offseason, are you interested or no? Or Cat, or someone that's a B tier star and not a Luka or a KD?
I'm gonna say no on both Trae and Cat. I'm gonna say no on both Trae and Cat. Look, Trae's a good player, right? Off the pick and roll, he can be absolutely devastating, but he's not quite as good as people think. He really isn't. He's not quite as good as you would imagine.
Well, the pendulum's always swinging with Trae, right? Casuals think he's great, but nerds and media might be underrating him a little bit. We were just talking about this.
Sure,
it's the pendulum, but because
he's not as good as a casual would think, right? If you look at a casual, they'd be like, "Oh, look at this guy bowing and spectacular." People hate him, but it's he only shoots 35%. He's not Curry, right? He's not this generational shooter.
Sure,
you know what I mean? He's just solid at it, right? And so I think he can get hot, and also I think on defense he's a real ass negative.
Is this real? No way.
There's a lot of Ben stuff right now.
Cleveland?
Kevin Love?
Ben's downfall is crazy, bro.
There's a Ben to Utah rumor for him for Russ.
Ben to Utah.
That would be Ben. You have to go from Brooklyn to Utah. One day you're in your Dumbo penthouse.
To Utah is crazy, bro.
Hold on. So the account looks legit because it has the Jazz and it says this, but look at it's Twitter blue, dude. It's it's Jazz notes.
Elon Musk.
It's the Elon check. Yeah, it's the Elon blue check.
There's no way. There's no way the Nets do that. Yeah. Or there's no way. I don't even know who would do that. The Jazz, the Nets. I don't know. Yeah,
I would do it if I was the Nets. Off.
Ben is one of the worst players. Ben is one of the worst players. You if you are looking just eye test. Just eye test. Simmons is one of the worst players to watch in the league.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, especially because he lacks. So people talk a lot about the mental stuff, and the mental stuff is real for sure. And I actually do feel bad for him in that capacity. But the physical stuff is not really talked about. He doesn't have the explosion. His back and his burst is gone. Like even when he is a much worse player than what he was when he was in Philly. He's just not the same guy. And that was already a compromised version when you got to the playoffs. So it is really tough to kind of sell yourself on trading for Ben Simmons in anything more than a salary dump and trying to rebuild his value. Like Sam's been saying for weeks, he was trying to get the Beasley, Vanderbilt, whatever package, Kelly Olynyk for Ben and 2 firsts or 3 firsts from the Nets, because then the Jazz could basically trade. But the reason why is they could just take him on and try to rebuild his value.
That's like an Uncut Gems relationship like gambling. Yeah. I want Beasley. I want Vanderbilt. I want 3 picks. I want the
I got Francesa telling me that's the dumbest fucking trade he's ever heard.
Yeah. Important. Ainge used to love Simmons. It is worth noting. Also, I'm just saying he wanted Simmons in that draft. He wanted him number 1. Yeah.
Washed.
Yeah, he is. He might be washed.
The uncut Mormonism is too much for him.
Kelly Aiko, the Rockets reporter from The Athletic, just said that they're kicking the tires on the availability of Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges from the Nets. So they're calling to see if the
Nets don't want to keep Bridges. Why wouldn't they want to keep Bridges?
I think they want to keep. So everything we've heard is that they want to keep Bridges unless they get blown away with an offer. But I think that someone said, Alec, who covers the Nets, said that he said if Bridges prices multiple unprotected firsts, could the Nets get one of their own picks back? Because then that helps. If you want to rebuild and you get 2 of your own first back for Mikal Bridges from the Rockets, because they own their first, which I don't think they would do, by the way. But just in theory, you could do that, right? And then you're able to tank. You can't tank if they have your picks. So if you want to lean into a tank over the next few years, which I don't really think that they want to, I think they want to be competitive anyway, because in a city like New York, it's just hard to tank, especially in a big market when the NBA, as I said, the NBA wants the Lakers, the Knicks, the Nets, they want them to be good for this next TV contract. I'm telling you, they need the eyeballs on the NBA. So I actually think that would be the way that if they wanted to do a quick rebuild, but you could get your own picks back. But someone said, Will said Bridges and Johnson for all the Nets picks back. That's the only thing that I would kind of consider if I were the Nets. Because if you get other teams first, you're still not tanking with your own, you don't have control over your own fate, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, going back to your point about superstars and B and kind of B team superstars or B-list superstars rather, B-list stars.
You waiting for Joel?
Well, Joel's plus. Joel's the best player in the league.
Did you watch last night? Unfortunately,
this is why he's going to New York. He's being disrespected by ungrateful Sixers fans.
I love Joel, but
game last night. I didn't watch the game last night. I mean, he still has flaws. He still turns the ball over a little bit too much. But
he was fine. The teteam just sucked last night.
He's an incredible. Embiid's an incredible player.
He's amazing. Yeah, I've been a little bit lower on Joe just because of the playoff stuff, but I still think that he's an amazing talent.
I mean,
if he were to become available, the Knicks would be first in line because they have all these picks now, and the Knicks have been lined up with Leon Rose and shit. I highly doubt. Fisher says the Nets are keeping Bridges. Okay. So Bridges will be there through the deadline at least. I really only think that this that they're only going to trade him for a type of deal like the Rockets could offer. I just don't think that they're going to trade him for picks. Once again, I think they want to be competitive. I don't really think that they want to be what Utah's doing right now, basically, and just collecting picks and having a competitive team with Mikal Bridges for Laurie Markkanen kind of are comparable in terms of their level of player. Fisher also said they were keeping KD and Harden. Markkanen's been a shock to me. I was always lower on Laurie Markkanen because of the the defense and the inconsistent shooting. But he's been
that Sada Baby song, big ass shotgun.
Big marketing. Yeah. I thought when he broke out, I thought of you because I knew that you always used to reference that Sada Baby line.
But now it looks like he might have deserved that shout out, right? Because I remember at the time,
in retrospect,
not deserve this shout out.
So what you're trying to say is that the Pistons should hire Sada Baby for their front office.
Sada Baby should be the GM of the Pistons, yeah.
He takes over. He's a good scout, apparently. He saw him mile away.
Also, I would never take a chance on Cat. I would never take a chance on
okay.
Towns.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I would never get Karl Anthony Towns. Never.
So,
yeah.
To me, he's like the AOC of the NBA. It's like you're a I don't know if we can really trust you like that. He's never composed in big moments. He's never composed.
I get it.
Like, you don't want a guy who's like complaining about
Mike Muscala to the Celtics.
Wow,
Mike.
Well, he's a perfect.
That's a good trade though, dude.
I thought Danny Ainge wasn't our GM anymore. What the fuck?
No, I actually like that because we saw what Blake Griffin can do as a stretch big last night.
If they gave up, I don't know. I would rather have Peyton Pritchard, to be honest. If it's Mike Muscala, I don't know. Let's see. We'll see. Maybe
Hold on. Yeah, I was going to say.
What the details are. I want to pick Jason's brain because I think that Luka is what's going on. I think that that's.
Let me pause to say our sponsors, Underdog Fantasy. We're on it, guys. Yeah. Check out the screen. Mike Muscala traded to the Celtics.
Wow.
We still don't know what it was, but
he's fine. He's fine.
Well, I don't think. I don't think.
Justin Jackson in 2 seconds.
Oh, really?
Do you like Jackson?
Package?
No, he's
like the worst player in the NBA.
Really? I've never watched.
Yeah, he's not a good player.
How are the Celtics doing without Udoka? By the way, do you like the new coach?
So he's the most Catholic man in the world.
That's what you guys needed after Udoka. After Udoka, you kind of needed a good Catholic boy.
We got a Rhode Island Catholic school guy. Who like
we love a cheating ass black man, but you need a good.
You needed a guy. I'm not even kidding. He'll say in press conferences stuff that like the Celtics aren't a super team because a super team is Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Like he'll say shit like that. No joke. Like,
Electric.
Yeah.
God, please don't tell my grandmom this. She's gonna become a Celtics fan.
Irish Catholic Boston.
Yeah, she'll fucking love it, dude. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Haynes is reporting teams are inquiring about Portland Trailblazers to start Damian Lillard.
Yeah, and he's not available.
That he's not available.
Yeah. Which they've been saying for 5 years, and at a certain point, like every podcast, Bill Simmons brings up Dame or Beal, and I'm like, they're not trading these guys.
Simmons is mentally ill. Simmons. I want to write for the Ringer one day, so maybe I should not do this. But like Simmons will just like say things like constantly on his podcast, like every single pod.
Look at the comments. Bill in 2 months. Embiid is talented, but Muscala is just so smart. He knows where to go, makes passes, great cutter. Kyle turned the TikTok camera on. Is Muscala more valuable than Embiid? That is coming.
Do you know that nephew Kyle made like a union busting rap song?
Yes, yeah, the State of the Union.
Bro, nephew Kyle's like a demon, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Nephew Kyle with the Pinkerton bars.
Better than Weezer's Pinkerton. Many are saying.
You guys keep going. I'm going to the bathroom.
All right, sounds good. No, that actually, I actually really like that trade for the Celtics. I'm kind of pissed. I've been wanting to get Muscala back on the Sixers for a while, and everything I've been told from Oklahoma City people is that he loves it there and they wouldn't trade him. But I guess because Chet's coming back next year and they're trying to develop Jalen Williams.
I forgot that Chet isn't even playing this year. I forgot. Yeah, that's tough. Absolutely, I love that trade for the thing that they want to do. They want to get like a backup center. They want to get like Drummond, right? Or
the Sixers. Yeah, we'll see. They're apparently interested in Zach Collins. I would be fine with either of those two. I think that they need to, the hard thing for the Sixers right now is they don't have a lot of things to trade.
Mm-hmm.
And they also, like, their main trade piece is Thibault, but they kind of need Thibault now, which is a scary thing. Like, Thibault actually played well last night. He's been playing much better recently. Like, he's still a total zero on offense and just, like, completely, like, whatever. But his defense has been, we have no wing defenders. Like, we don't have, like, PJ Tucker's washed. Tobias looked good at the beginning of the year for, like, Tobias was honestly really good for, like, 2 or 3 months. And his shooting and his defense has just completely fallen off a cliff recently.
That's Tobias, right? Tobias will look really good for 2 months, and you're like, "Oh shit, Tobias!" And then it's like, "Oh wait."
Well, we were like, we can't trade Tobias because we have no other wings. And now we're like the day before the day of the deadline, and we're like, we just can't. We have no value for.
Would you want Tobias for RJ?
That's someone's a Sixers fan said RJ for Tobias ? I mean, that's the kind of trade that after the season, because RJ's poison pilled, so he can't be traded in season unless the
Tobias for RJ.
Yeah, Sam, you missed it. We were talking Tobias for RJ trades. That's how sick we are.
Oh man. Oh,
yeah.
No.
It's sick. It's sick in the head.
Well, I think I would rather have Tobias to be even on the contract. Like,
well, Tobias is also expiring, so the RJ thing would be literally, it would basically be the Wiggins for D'Lo trade for the Sixers. Yeah, like, they would think that they can get more out of RJ than the Knicks have been able to. And I've been saying, Jason, I think that the Sixers basically have no future assets, but I think you need to put everything on the table for this deadline because the team is just very clearly missing something in terms of, like, depth pieces, two-way players, whatever. And if there's anyone that's out there, I mean, I don't think Jeremy Grant's available at this deadline, but, like, if you could take a swing on a player like that and give up whatever you need to give up to get him, like, I think there's a real chance that if the Sixers lose in the first or second round this year in the stacked Eastern Conference, that Harden could walk, and then you're fucked, dude. You're completely fucked if Harden walks. And that's the end. Like, you might as well trade Embiid at that point. So, that's where I'm like, they need to push in the chips. Anything they have, they can't be conservative.
How are you evaluating Harden's performance this season right now?
He's been very good considering what we got last year. The one thing with Harden is that I think that he really worked this offseason on incorporating shooting more into his game because he's like, Harden's always been a good shooter, but he's also always been the main hub of an offense that could kind of rely on more of his explosion, athleticism, like quick burst shit. And he doesn't have that anymore. So he really had to lean into being a passer and a shooter. And he has been, I mean, honestly, the 2 Celtics games, he was the best player in both of those games for the Sixers. And that's the kind of shit that I was always worried about. Like, the bigger games, like, is he going to, kind of fall apart? But, like, he's had some really big games and big moments. Like, it's inconsistent, and you'll still get your James Harden hangover games. Like, there definitely was, after the Eagles game, he was definitely out partying with, like, Meek and Lil Baby and shit. Like, they literally had pictures of it, and I'm sure the whole team was. And you'll still get those occasionally, but, like, honestly, Harden has been really underratedly good this year. Like, the media's turned on Harden, so he'll never. It's like
he's been incredible. He should have been an all-star.
Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible player. I mean, he's one of the greatest shooting guards of all time.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I think I think I've always, my biggest thing with Harden is I've always questioned his dedication, right? Like, how dedicated are you to winning, really?
Yeah, sure. Like, how dedicated are you to like basically, I mean, like,
I know I sound like Stephen A. Smith, but, like, seriously, like, no,
I think that's legit.
Harden's the one guy who you can legitimately be like, how dedicated is this guy to actually winning?
I do agree, but I also think that it's underestimated how hard he works because he's like a Wall Street guy, dude. Like, work hard, play hard, shit. Like for real. Like, he
Harden is Jordan Belfort. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Look, he might maybe have some sort of thing going on that we don't know about that gives him energy off the court, but I really think that he is. I think that he is dedicated. I think that he notices, like, the regular season shit. I just don't really think he cares about it as much as he used to. Like, he would go, like, and he also just doesn't have the ability to get there. But, like, I will say there have been games where he's sold and kind of like looked apathetic towards the end of them, but I really think a lot of that is just him. He was burnt out by the end of the season almost every year in Houston because he was like the epicenter of everything. And the hope was, and the hope is that with Embiid being the epicenter of the Sixers, that he can kind of take more of a backseat, and he's proven to be pretty successful in his role so far this year. I think he's been a top 20 player in the NBA this season. Like I've been really impressed by him. But I'm also like, I'm very down on the Sixers' chances just because the East is so goddamn good now. Like I think that the Nets being gone is a huge thing for the Sixers. But
it's
like
a big deal, but still
Milwaukee, Boston, and then Cleveland is like, who knows what they do today? But like, I would say we're in the same tier as Cleveland, and it's just really tough. But yeah,
and B's gonna have to go on like a Dirk kind of 2011 run to do this. I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think the team might be a little. I don't know. Who knows though? Oh man, this is crazy. All right. I did get another thing from my buddy who's plugged into the Pelicans. Said John Collins to the Pelicans is a rumor he's been hearing, and that he would be surprised if they don't at least trade a first round pick today. So
okay.
There you go.
I like
it's funny.
I love Zion as a player. I think Zion.
I know it's just unfortunate. Like another soft tissue injury. Like it feels like, I don't know, if I were them, I would be a little bit conservative until maybe the summer. Like I think that I would wait until like see like I once again I would have traded Brandon Ingram for Kevin Durant and just pushed in all the chips before the year, but. Yeah, that's the train I was on. I was like, I mean, if you could take Brandon Ingram, who's a great player, and just turn him into the best possible version of him, then I would love that. But then again,
I would love Ingram on the Knicks.
Sure, of course, he's great.
I would love a guy like Ingram on the Knicks. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, just kind of like he can get easy buckets. There's no one on the Knicks right now who can really get easy baskets, right? Like everything Randall does is like a grit situation. Like he's like really working hard to get it. Like Brunson as well.
He's a dog.
He's a dog. Brunson is a great passer and always makes the right play, and I really appreciate Brunson. But like as a player, he's like, these guys are dogs. They're gritty. You know what I mean?
Of course.
They're not guys who can just get easy buckets. You know, and can look
guard. You finally got the garden protectors.
I know. It's a very like 1990. It's like the Knicks.
That's what I was saying.
Even when the Knicks are good, they can never be like smooth,
modern good.
They always have to be like good in the terms of like, we grind out wins, and it's like there's always a limit to that, though. You know what I mean? Like
it's the ethos of New York City, dude. Come on, working class, gotta grind it out. You know. Okay.
It'll be fine when they get Luka in 2 years.
So you think you think that's an actual thing that
I let me just say,
he's been saying.
The Knicks ally,
I'll be right back.
Kyrie Irving, is doing work right now. He's destroyed the Nets from within, and now he's on his way to Dallas to go to the Lakers.
I think Kyrie and Luka are going to be up to some real anti-Semitic shit together. That was my take. I think that they're going to be like up to some real anti-Semitism together, man. Like I'm actually there's woo-woo anti-Semitism, and then that's like fine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Hotep anti-Semitism is not important. It's fine. But like then there's like anti-Semitism, like Eastern European anti-Semitism, and it's like I worry that maybe like Kyrie and Luka.
They're just getting. This is
Crowder to the Bucks.
Wait, oh no!
Really? Crowder to the Bucks?
Crowder to the Bucks for five second-round picks.
Here's the thing. Crowder's a good player when he's playing for something.
Yeah.
And he's like happy. He's a solid player. He shoots well from three. He's a tough kid. Like, he's a good leader. Like, that's a solid pick for the Bucks.
Yeah, I just got the notification.
I don't like that Nihilist Bucks won here.
Yeah, he was right.
Yeah,
Gregory Smith vindicated.
Yeah, he said
Crowder to the Bucks, 5 seconds. This is literally exactly what happened with the Nikola Mirotic trade a few years ago. They traded 4 seconds, and then he retired after the season. All right, hold on 1 second. I gotta hop.
Oh, he's taking a call. This man, he's wheeling and dealing. I don't want to talk about you.
I think Luka would be great with the Knicks, right? Like the Knicks would love. I mean, it'd be amazing, right? And you already have Brunson here. The thing about it though was like we've always been rumored to get these guys, and we never get them. Like, players don't really care that much about playing in New York anymore. They can visit New York. They can play at MSG as opposing players. They don't care that much about living no one cares that much about living in New York anymore in America. That's just the bottom line, right? Like, it's not for some people, it's not that it's not all that's cranked up to be. So I think
So I was told by someone in the know that what happened was Kyrie and KD wanted to go to the Knicks that offseason. And what happened was KD got hurt in the finals. And because KD got hurt in the finals, Kyrie said, I want a team that's going to have like more guys who are like ready to play. And the Knicks like didn't have that at the time. Like,
sorry, my pizza just got here.
Yeah.
Love that. And I heard also that they were uneasy about the way Dolan was like out in the press being like, we can get these guys. They were just really uneasy about the Dolan thing, and so that's why they chose the Nets. Yeah,
I mean that's the big thing like looming over everything is like you've got like Dolan like running 1984 facial recognition on
exactly.
He's Rudy Giuliani now.
I'm telling you, 90s New York is back, dude. The Knicks are protecting the Garden. You got Giuliani back. Yeah.
The Rangers are also really good. Like, quietly, the Rangers are really good this year.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
5 second-round picks. That's so gross, man. That's one of the grossest. Look, he's here he's ban him. Ban not Gregory Smith from the chat. He's not allowed to take a victory lap.
I was going to say, no, he's allowed to take a victory lap, but we also have to recognize that the only time he's right is when it has to do with the Bucks. So I have to say, next time when I tell you a rumor that he told me about the Bucks, it's probably true.
It's probably true. Yeah.
So 5 seconds. Honestly, it just sucks like to give the Bucks another rotation player, and I think the Nets should be sent to prison for giving the Bucks another Sean Marks back to the Australian English prison island. Please
sending him back.
It's fucking ridiculous.
God. The Nets are so bad. I don't know. I worry with this trade that too much has. I don't know. I feel like because the Bucks are going to have no ammo after this, right? So like, if Jay Crowder's expiring too, like so.
I mean, who cares?
Place to sign him, right? Like,
I think they're probably going to see how he goes and then sign him to an extension this offseason. Yeah. But he'll be a free agent. So I mean, look, it's as we've said before, we always worry about players being washed, but then you go to the Bucks and you're good again. George Hill, Wes Matthews. Brooke Lopez is 75 years old and still fucking kicking. PJ Tucker had a resurgence with them. Like, I very much expect Jay Crowder to have a game in the Eastern Conference Finals where he goes like 8 for 10 from 3 and swings the game. Like, that just feels like it's an inevitability to me. Even though we might be a little bit worried. It's like they just have like the greatest doctors in the world. Apparently, the Sixers draft a guy and they try to kill him with peanuts. And the Bucks. The Bucks are literally they're creating fake knees to give their players after Giannis tears his ACL against the Hawks, and then 2 weeks ago he's all good to go.
I feel like
not even a week.
That doesn't get talked enough about that. What happened to Zaire? Because like that is insane. That it's an allergic reaction, and he's like out of the league.
He just didn't know that he had he didn't know he had that allergy, and he ate something that had peanuts in it.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Was he going to be good, though, you think?
Nah, probably not. I mean,
probably not, right?
I know you liked him pre-draft, but like the Sixers can't develop anyone. Like, they don't develop players. They don't even invest in it at all. Like I'm so over us drafting raw talents because we don't get the best out of those guys. Like other teams do. The Sixers should just draft players who are already good at basketball. Like that's what they should basically do. The strategy that the Mavericks have done, which is like, oh, Jalen Brunson's like one of the best college players of all time. Luka Doncic is one of the best EuroLeague players of all time. Let's just draft them.
Yeah. No, Dallas is smart in that way where they don't really take a lot of chances and they just draft players that are already good at basketball and they kind of.
And what's weird is they don't make many picks, but when they do, they're like either fine or good players. Like it's very rarely like they don't. Yeah.
Dallas is they're just like villains. Like you know what I'm saying? They're like good at their jobs. They're just like villains.
Wait, is this real?
Yeah, that can't be real.
No. No. This is a rumor. This is a rumor.
I don't
He
like
is
that.
He is plugged into the Bucks, but I'm waiting. The Lakers
the
traded
Knicks aren't gonna trade
Thomas
quickly.
Bryant for Davion Reed and 3 second-round picks. So that's the backup for Thomas Bryant is the new backup for the Nuggets.
Huh.
Yo,
Don't
Thomas
you kinda
Bryant.
need Thomas
Bryant calling for the ball when LeBron was about to hit the.
That was so good, dude.
Incredible.
An incredible
Give me the
moment.
ball, bro. Incredible.
I don't hate that, but their defense is going to be really bad still.
They kind of. I know they got Jared Vanderbilt, but like they still kind of need Thomas Bryant. Like Anthony Davis is like hurt a lot. Like
yeah,
I think that's kind of weird to like.
And they traded Damian Jones in that trade too, so they don't have any centers.
That's like that from Pelinka, but
yeah,
no.
Yeah, no. Quickly, the Knicks really need to keep quickly. He's a keeper. Like the guy's just a keeper as a player, right? Like Zach Lowe was talking about it last week, which is like Knicks for clicks. Credit to Zach Lowe. He's the first, national guy to he's the first national guy to really care about the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
But or not care, but rather to say good things about the Knicks. Zach Lowe says, starter heavy groups, opportunistic spot, score, defense, long arm and buzzy, top rebounding guards. Like Lowe is really right. Like, Quickly's a keeper. So I hope the Knicks.
No, yeah, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna be
if they keep Quickly and they have heart too. That team is gonna rebound the fuck out of the ball.
Yeah, they have a lot.
Yeah.
Mitchell Robinson's like one of the best defensive rebounders in the NBA.
Mitchell.
Or
we missed Mitchell a little bit. Yeah, we missed Mitchell a little bit.
Damn, that's a good fuck. That's gonna be so annoying if the Sixers play the Knicks in the playoffs. God damn it.
Right?
We already don't fucking rebound, dude.
They have plus rebounders at every position. Like,
do you think that they trade Obi Toppin, Knicks?
I haven't heard anything about that, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like,
I was obsessed with Obi last year, like obsessed.
Yeah,
I'm less.
Well, he's been good, but he just doesn't get. I was gonna say he's been good when he gets run, but he just never gets run. Like that's the thing. Is like, here's the trade: Devon Reed in 3 seconds. For I actually wanted the Sixers to take a flyer on Devon Reed, so the Lakers getting 3 seconds for him for a backup center they signed for the minimum. But I kind of do agree that they kind of need another center. Like, what the fuck?
I don't really get it from the Lakers' point of view. Like, unless they're immediately flipping these second round picks for something else, but they have no salary left. Like,
well, they have Patrick Beverly.
Aren't they
Patrick Beverly?
him?
But he's expiring. So if they think they can make an upgrade with 3 or 4 seconds, Montrez back to the Lakers. Let's go.
No.
Let's go.
Oh, no.
Honestly, maybe they could have a shot at Drummond. That would be a better reunion for them for a backup center.
Yeah, knowing the Lakers, they probably have some buyout guys they're like talking to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Thomas Bryant, I think he does give you the spacing element that will be good for your offense, but defensively he's terrible. Like he can't defend at all. And like I don't know. I don't love that for the Nuggets, to be honest.
Yeah.
For the playoffs, like you have Jokic and the Suns just got I don't know. Is Bones getting traded, by the way? Like that Bones was the other guy that like no one has really talked about.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen anything about Bones today.
Wenyen Gabriel and Jared Vanderbilt. Yeah. I forgot they had Wenyen Gabriel. That's their other backup big who's actually been playing pretty well this year.
Don't know.
Okay.
I'm out.
5-team trade. Oh God, please stop. Please stop with the 5-team trade.
Yeah.
Thomas Bryant is not DeAndre. I agree. He's worse on defense, but his offense is great.
Yeah. I think I think just my perspective on this is that it seems like the Lakers, if they're getting 3 second-round picks, I think they have an intention to use them before the deadline for like something else.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Jordan Nwora for 2 seconds.
He was right. It was a 4-team deal. Indiana getting involved here. So Indiana is getting 2 seconds. I assume they're getting the seconds of the 5 that the Bucks were supposed to be getting, the Nets were supposed to be getting.
Who's getting it?
So it says Indiana is acquiring Jordan Nwora for 2 second-rounders in the Nets-Bucks deal.
So they're getting 2 from
that would
the
have been
Bucks?
going to the Nets
Or the
otherwise,
Nets.
right? Yeah, like
yeah. To take on a flyer on Jordan Nwora.
It seems kind of crazy. It's not that much money, like, right?
He makes like 3 or 4 million. Like, he's not like a minimum guy. Like, they basically signed him to a contract to trade him. Is for salary filler, basically. The Bucks have to give up more players. They'll just give up Serge Ibaka and George Hill. Or Serge Ibaka.
Pacers are waving Goga.
Oh, Sixer!
Oh, God.
Daryl Morey has got his backup center. Goga Batazzi, baby.
You have a sickness.
He's not good at all. But, I mean, neither are any of our... All right, let's see. Okay. 9 minutes a game, 21 games. That was a really bad pick in retrospect. That 2019 draft sucked, dude.
It was really bad.
I assume Parm likes Goga. Well, Parm is going to be coming on at soon. Let me reach out to him, actually.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see. What's the 2019 draft?
2019 draft was pretty nasty. That was like Cam Reddish went top 10. The top 3 of the top 5 were good. And then everything after that, like, very good. Like Zion, Garland.
Zion,
Yeah.
Fuck, RJ.
Barrett.
RJ. Hunter.
It just gets a little the lows of that draft are very low. Like Jared Culver,
Jared Culver,
Cam Reddish, like Goga Batase went in the lottery, I believe, or just outside the lottery.
Everyone was going insane for the Cam Johnson pick. Was like a huge reach, and he's like probably like the 5th best player in this draft. Like, no,
100%. Well, Will's right in that he points out that Nick Claxton is a top 5 player from that draft. He's a 2nd round pick, and also Kevin Durant is on the Phoenix Suns. So
Kobe White. God, poor Bulls fans, man. Bulls fans really.
Wait, what happened with Kobe White? Oh, no, that was in.
About like that.
I thought Kobe White got traded, and my brain was about to explode. We're 3 hours out from the 2.5 hours out from the deadline. There's going to be a lot of moves.
I wonder what they're going to do with Obi. I used to be really upset. I still like the idea of Obi. I think sometimes people need to realize, like,
the thing with Obi is he's 25. Is he 25? So, like, he's kind of is who he is, right?
He's kind of is who he. But the thing about it's kind of like if he shoots the ball well, he'll
sure.
He'll.
It's like 90% of NBA players is like if the shot is going in, he looks awesome.
Cosmos said this. Cosmos said this one time where he was like, he's kind of like Laurie in a way where if the shot goes in, you got a player, but if the shots are going in, he's not doing anything for you. And that's kind of sort of the thing with Obi. I do think he's such a freak athletically. Like if he's he might be the most athletic person on the floor if you just like put him on the floor, and he can really run.
Well, that's the thing is that Obi is athletic. Obi is vertically athletic, but I feel like sometimes you watch him the way he runs, it's almost like he has arthritis.
Like yeah. No, he's a complicated player. And I think sometimes Knicks fans fall in love with the idea of him, whereas I think like Quickly has proven that he's just like a solid player in general.
Oh yeah, no, Quickly is the best player you guys got from that draft for sure.
Yeah, no,
and he's also younger. He's like 2 years younger if I remember correctly. Yeah. All right, hold on. Okay. No other. Apparently, Underdog didn't even care about the Thomas Bryant trade because they didn't even put that up. I was trying to pull up on the screen. How could you disrespect Thomas Bryant like that, dude?
Yeah.
Ball legend.
The man who will make Jokic's on-off numbers even worse. Destroying the Nuggets.
It's the Cam Newton gif where when the Giants scored and he just goes and he shakes his head and he walks. Thomas Bryant looks at wowie combinations of Jokic on and off the court, and he's like, "Yep."
All right, here we go. He's locking in.
I'm actually glad that Maxey Quickly team didn't make the tournament because then neither of those guys would have went in the 20s. They would have both went higher.
They would have went higher probably, right? Yeah.
Because they would have been hooping in the 20s. Yeah, it was the COVID year. Yeah. That's why they didn't. Yeah. Wow. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Underdog, promo code Slop, $100. At the top of this hour, by the way, guys, we're switching over to Playback to watch the ESPN trade special. So if you want to join us over there, the link is in the description for that. We're gonna watch all of our people over there.
Yeah, well, we're doing that to get the sex appeal of Adrian Wojnarowski and get the bump from there. We the world's hottest man, Woj.
Let's go.
We
need to see Woj and Lindy.
Every single time I think that it's gonna be Woj is like Drake. Every single time I think someone else is gonna be taken over, he's still here.
He's back. I know. It's like we were like Shams has him in a headlock, and then he came back and was like, "What if I broke the Kevin Durant trade?" And I was like,
right, exactly.
And the Josh Hart trade, and the Jakob Poeltl trade. Like he was just like bang, bang, bang. It feels like Shams always gets a lead on him, and then Woj has a comeback somewhere in the middle. Drake is a great comparison.
Yeah. No,
you're like Drake is still famous. Funny you bring up Drake. I was watching. I was reading something the other day, and someone said Drake was in the Kid Cudi "Pursuit of Happiness" video, and I went back and I looked at it. And he's in there hanging out with Cudi, like doing whatever. And I was like, in my brain, those two timelines are like Drake being famous and Cudi being as big as he was.
It's like,
what's that?
Like this?
Like how does that? Yeah. Like, that was Cudi's first album. Like that was 2008, 2009.
Also, like and like 7 years later started dissing Cudi for like.
That's what I'm saying. Is like
like,
then they had that beef forever. And like there was a clip of the reason why I looked at it is because Currency had a clip where he was talking about those two, and he basically said that Cudi and Drake hate each other, and like Cudi, anytime Cudi would come around, he would be like "fuck Drake," and everyone was like, "Why do you hate Drake?" Like, and a lot of people think it was just because right after that Drake blew up and got way more popular than Cudi and is still famous. It was someone said this was the last time that Kid Cudi was more famous than Drake was the "Pursuit of Happiness" video in 2009.
Yeah, but even then, it's like his best I ever had is like. I mean, yeah, it's.
They're both industry plants.
Yeah.
They're two of the biggest musicians on earth. I don't know.
The industry plant game was the best.
I was going to say Jason had the Travis Scott one. For years, you were like Travis Scott is an industry plant, and honestly, there are some signs there.
The podcast when Astroworld shit dropped.
I was like, we did do the podcast when Astroworld dropped, and I'm like, not, yeah.
The bad one.
Yeah, the follow up. Yeah. Did you ever see the Reddit posts that were like, I saw Travis Scott in concert in 2015, and I was tripping on acid, and that man is the devil himself, and I had to leave the concert because I was like, this is a demonic soul, and he.
It's like that's the origin of QAnon.
I tripped on acid at a Travis Scott concert.
Look at what Tom just put.
I personally have like different opinions about that night that I used to. I used to like blame Travis more, and now I just think like maybe he was just so locked in.
He's just locked in. He didn't know what was going on.
He was like Jimmy Butler, stupidly locked in.
Maybe Travis and Jimmy just are just like really kindred spirits and just are so locked in always.
Well, he's kindred spirits with James Harden, so we know Harden can get locked in famously, as Jason just brought up. So,
Trill, pull up what Tom just put in the comments. This is an interesting hypothetical.
alternate timeline where Cudi gets the robot Spike commercial. The forever one of the great moments in hip hop history.
That's a sliding doors moment.
Yeah,
that's like what if
Hart's making $12 million this season? I did not know that.
Yeah, no, he's on a good, but he's going to be a free agent after the year, basically.
Okay.
Because his deal is non-guaranteed next year, but he has a player option on it. It's really weird. It's one of the weirdest contracts in the NBA. No one really gets it.
I really like this move. I mean, 8.2 rebounds for a guy who's 6'5" is nuts.
He's like the
best guard rebounder in the NBA. Yeah.
And Quickly's a good guard rebounder too. Yeah.
Yeah, I said when that trade came through, I was like, Tibbs is going to find a way to play this man 57 minutes a game. Like somehow there is going to be a way.
Oh, Josh Hart is love this guy. Yeah.
He's gonna. Josh Hart is going to be.
There's some really primitive issues with Tibbs as a coach. Well,
yes, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
It's real primitive, right? Like it's real, like he just can't. It's just like he just literally, can't.
Will not shake his. He has a very strong ideology.
Yeah.
But what I will say is like the players are always prepared. They play their asses off. Like it's just kind of sort of like at the end of the day, like, what can I actually complain about? You know, it's like
I've been saying, like, I know the Tibbs experience is going to have its ups and downs, but also, like, I know that he hasn't made the best decisions this year, but, like, the Knicks are just about as good as their talent, I would say.
Well,
like,
yes, that is true. And also, to be honest, like, the decisions that kind of go away from, like, Fournier, D. Rose.
Finally,
early,
yeah.
I thought was.
Do you think that was the front office, though? I think that was the front office.
You think that was the front office?
I think they were like, you got to play that, because they were basically like these guys that like they were like Fournier and Rose are never going to rebuild their trade value. Like, at least these young guys could either build their trade value or
played good the other night. Actually,
yeah, I know. I was fucking like, of course he's playing well. I swear he shoots 50% in his career against the Sixers.
Yeah, against the Sixers and the Celtics, he always plays well for some reason.
Hold on.
I think maybe. I mean, I don't know. It'll be hard to trade Fournier because that contract is ridiculous. It'll be hard to trade him.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that might be something you got to dump this offseason. Hold on. Let's see. In his career, Evan Fournier shoots 40% from 3 against the Sixers.
Okay.
I mean, that's above his career average, certainly.
Yeah.
Okay. Golden State and Detroit, and talks about Sadiq Bey. That's something that I've been saying. We talked about this, Sam.
Yeah,
we talked about
did.
Sadiq Bey for them because we were like, they like Villanova guys. They have Dante already. So the Knicks and the Warriors are just Villanova, East and West.
He's going to be an animal in the Warriors. On the Warriors.
I feel like
they will figure it out. They will.
Of course, they'll figure it out. And we'll all get mad because he's not even that good. But I'm sure he.
Ty Jerome is killing there, kind of.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They've like, it's impossible to be bad for the Warriors unless you're James Wiseman. Who, by the way,
this is a Pistons fan, Tom. Sadiq is better than Reddish, but is similarly overrated.
Wow. Shots fired.
Are they going to take Wiseman? No, they have so many centers. They're probably getting Moses Moody.
Well, how do you make the money? Oh, I guess Sadiq based
Moody Moses.
Moody Moses.
So what is our?
Well, that's saying it's going to be what happens with Zach Lowe is going to make that happen.
Josh Hart.
To Ja Rule? Oh my God. He's a New Yorker at heart, dude.
Yeah, he's back. He's ready. He's ready.
Let me ask Parm. Hold on.
Okay, let's get Parm in here. We need him to break down why Goga is going to be one of the best players
in Sixers history.
Sixers history, yeah.
Let's go. So if they don't make a single trade today, I'm going to throw up on the air. I was going to say Bey only makes $3 million a year, so.
Oh yeah, so it's Moses Moody then. It's got to be.
You could do a Moody and a protected first for Bey. Honestly, I would kind of like that for Detroit. I mean, they don't want to pay Bey anyway. I've been saying since he was in college, Bey, he's a streaky shooter. He's not super athletic, so he's not a great his defense isn't great. He doesn't have good feel on that end. But once again, I say all this recognizing that the Warriors get every player that I say this about, and then they're good for them. I don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense for me. Like, especially the younger guys. The Snapchat guy is saying that we're interested in DeAndre Hunter. We can't get him. He's poison pilled. Yeah. Literally impossible. So I don't know how.
It's not literally impossible. It just makes matching the salary stuff.
It makes it impossible. We don't have a trade exception.
Apparently, Tibbs went to war for Josh Hart in the 2017 draft.
I was
really wanted him.
Of course he did.
Really wanted him. Yeah.
The Pistons want Wiseman? No way.
That's absurd.
Man. No, they're taking Bagley and Wiseman. You have to be joking. Come on,
crazy.
Come on.
Haven't Pistons fans been through enough, man? Like, you can't be Wiseman. That's so sad.
All right, you guys go to the trade machine. Go to the Real GM says it's Wiseman. Wow. Real GM actually got the D'Angelo Russell trade before anyone else did. I don't know if anyone saw that, but they said it like they said Lakers are getting D'Angelo Russell like.
By the way, D'Lo was asked. By the way, I was speaking to a Lakers.
Fisher says it's Wiseman. It's Wiseman is going to the Pistons. This is a joke. They have Durant and they have Isaiah Stewart, who are both better than Wiseman, and they have Marvin Bagley, who they paid money.
Tell me, I'm going to try and figure this out because, like, how
this is insane.
Do they have a trade? They don't have a trade exception. So who?
No, Alec Burks.
Wiseman.
Yeah.
Are they going to trade Burks and Bey for Wiseman in a first? Burks already played for the Warriors.
It could be Bay and Killian Hayes. Or Corey Joseph.
Corey Joseph sounds more likely if you're doing salary filler, because they apparently want to. They're not trading Bojan. They
actually have a lot of $4 to $5 million guys. They got Killian Hayes, Hamidou Diallo, Corey Joseph.
Okay.
They're not going to trade Beef Stew, right? Because he's actually good. Like what? Maybe Kevin Knox, former New York Knicks luminary Kevin Knox.
So tell me how. I'm tweeting now nearly impossible because of the poison pill. Tell me, go to. Yeah, I would like DeAndre Hunter on the Sixers. Sure. Go to the trade machine and figure out how to make that trade work without it. Poison pill, you can't trade a guy unless you have a trade exception. It just doesn't work like that. Like we can only get a certain amount of money back.
You can, but it takes a very specific set of circumstances because basically the money doesn't add up.
Yes.
And you need to it creates an imbalance in the money. So it's like very hard to make that work without a trade exception. It's not impossible. I will say if anybody can figure it out, it would be Daryl Morey.
All right. Go to the trade machine. Someone go to the trade machine and make the DeAndre Hunter to the Sixers trade work.
Yeah, I'm working.
Okay. Finney Chase, go to the trade machine and make one work then.
I'm making it work right now.
Tell me one that is realistic, and I'm down, dude. I'm down to get DeAndre Hunter. We need something. Warriors are weighing offers for Bays versus other win now trades for opportunities on the wing. So a Thibault type, yeah, probably. Thibault would be another guy that they're interested in, apparently. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, I just don't see a trade. That's.
Yeah, the Sixers are also hard capped, which makes this also very.
That's what I'm saying. They're hard capped. They can't match the salaries. It just doesn't work. I can't believe that is the guy. Like, ask a cap nerd, Jack Settleman, for 5 seconds if this works.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they can only take back $11 million. And in
the Hawks.
The Sixers can only take back $11 million in salary, but you need like 19 to trade for DeAndre Hunter, basically.
So you'd have to send Tobias to the Hawks space or the Spurs into their cap space and get Zach Collins and DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah, it would need to be something like that.
That might be the one move where it can.
Yeah,
I don't know if Hunter's good at all. I also don't think we have enough to get him. Like they just extended him like 4 months ago. Oh, they have a new front office.
Yeah.
Maybe their front office. I don't even know if DeAndre Hunter's good. I actually thought that extension was way too much money. But I don't. Yeah. Tobias for John Collins and Hunter does not work. The poison pill. 2-team trade with Tobias, Matisse, and Hornets second to the Hawks, and Hunter and John Collins to the Sixers work. How is that possible? Try that in the trade machine, Sam.
Yeah, I'll just try it here. Hold on. What are the details again?
Tobias, Matisse, Hornets second to the Hawks for Hunter and John Collins. The Hawks have been interested in Thibault. I don't think they would. Why would the Sixers want John Collins? Because have you watched the Sixers recently? Our role players have looked like shit.
That doesn't sound like it would. I can't imagine.
Especially in the big games. I don't really understand how that would work, but.
I don't think it does.
Fellas, I'm gonna go back to the work.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sorry, we're doing cap nerd shit.
Yeah, we're doing cap shit.
Man.
Thanks for coming.
Talk to you, bro. Thanks for coming.
Okay,
later. Yeah, I don't think. No, that doesn't work at all. The Hawks can only take in like $12 million. So yeah, it needs to be something like.
It would need to be Tobias to the Spurs.
But even that doesn't work. I just tried to make that work because you don't have unless you're like trading Josh Richardson or something like that and a separate deal.
It would have to be completely separate. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, it doesn't work. Maybe you're using the ESPN trade machine.
Sure.
No, I'm using Fanspo too, Finney Chase. I don't understand what you're.
Yeah.
I just tried it. 2-team trade with Tobias and a Hornet second to the Hawks. Oh, John Collins.
Yeah.
We're talking about DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah. No, John Collins and DeAndre Hunter is what he's saying. Which I don't know why they would.
I don't know. Well, I'll try that. Okay. But I can't imagine that would work. Because that's just like too much. that's too much money, but we'll see. We will find out. Anyway, yeah. Welcome to the trade deadline. We're figuring it all out here, folks.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently, Wiseman was number 1 on the Pistons board in 2020.
Mhm.
I mean, Troy Weaver needs to go, dude.
That's crazy. Okay, so it does work.
Bogdan, Hunter, Kaminsky for Tobias and a pick. That works.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really seem realistic, but
no, the John Collins one works too. But
I just I don't see the Hawks doing that. But I will hold out hope
I just don't know. I don't know what the
to,
Hawks are getting back.
I have no idea.
Giving up 2 starters,
Yeah.
who I think are better than. I mean, I guess they're getting cap space.
I don't think the Hawks are doing
this. I feel
this.
like that's crazy.
I was gonna say if Tobias made $20 million, okay, maybe, but Tobias makes $40 million. I don't see that, but
I mean, those guys are both on long-term deals. I mean, DeAndre Hunter is 5 years, and I guess if you're a new ownership group and you're trying to reset, I'm trying to understand why this works. I'm not totally convinced this isn't an error on the part of the trade machine. Oh, it's because they have a big enough trade exception. The Hawks have a trade exception,
right,
for Matisse. So okay, that's why that works. Interesting. Huh. You seem disheartened by this, Trill. You don't want John Collins and DeAndre Hunter?
No, I would love that. I just don't think it's realistic at all. I don't think that unless the Hawks' new front office is like the worst front office in the NBA. It's nothing against Tobias. He's been really good up until recently, but I mean, I would be thrilled with getting DeAndre Hunter and John Collins. I just don't think that I can't remember a trade like that unless Daryl's like, oh, there's a dumb front office.
Yeah.
Like to John Collins, actually.
Wow. Sixers are trading Matisse to Portland.
For what?
Chris Haynes. Just that's all it says. Sixers, they're sending Matisse Thybulle to the Portland Trailblazers.
This is a salary dump, isn't it?
This is Chris Haynes.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
This is not good.
Yeah. Well, we will see what the details here are.
I'm going to throw up.
Oh, no.
I finally was like, hey, we shouldn't trade Matisse.
Yeah.
Because
that was the mistake you made. That was the mistake you made.
Nothing. They're probably going to get seconds.
Oh, no.
To dodge the tax. I fucking hate this team. They have a $7 million trade exception from the Hart deal. Sixers creating trade exceptions.
Trill. $4 million trade exception. Let's go.
You can't combine trade exceptions, though.
You cannot. No, you cannot.
If they could get Korkmaz in there, too.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. How much is the Hart trade exception? $7 million?
I'm gonna throw up. Truly. I fucking hate the Sixers, dude. Daryl Morey should be fired today if we don't get anything real. Seriously, oh, no. I'm over this guy. If he doesn't bring back anything.
Poor Trill. All right, folks. So when Trill kills himself on air, I will be taking over the stream.
All right, let me tweet and say you can come see me freak out as I.
Yeah, this is what the people pay for right here.
This is insane, dude. What are we fucking doing, dude? We better get fucking something back, dude. They better get a fucking player back.
Oh, my Sixers tablet. Ryan said those Dame Photoshops coming to life. All right, Dame Photoshops coming to life. Let's go.
If it's Cam Reddish, I'm literally gonna commit fucking horrendous acts. Sixers out of the tax by Hollinger. Cool. I don't give a fuck about the owners. Fuck the owners. Fuck Daryl Morey. Fuck everyone. Are you kidding me? Tell me that they did not just salary dump this, dude.
Oh, no.
We have 2 open roster spots now. So we're just salary dumping rotation players?
Oh, no.
What's happening, dude?
Oh, no.
Okay, hold on.
We're
have we got details yet?
Okay.
Three-way trade. Oh, did we get Jaden McDaniels? Ooh. Don't tell me it's Plumlee.
No, it can't be Plumlee. That's adding money.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Did we get Jaden McDaniels? Or did we just get seconds? Okay.
All right.
Charlotte. Okay. Please, at least give me McDaniels, dude. Just give me a fucking rotation player. I can't do with this shit because he is making a lot less money.
Okay.
Is it Plumlee?
3-way deal? No, it can't be Plumlee. Unless it's like Korkmaz is going out too.
It's definitely not PJ Washington.
Jalen McDaniels. There you go.
Okay, I can live with it. I can live with it.
Trill is back, baby. He's back.
Thank God. I was like, if we don't get a fucking rotation wing for this shit, Jalen McDaniels, they dodged the tax. They could still make another move to get a backup center. They could maybe get Zach Collins or Drummond.
Are they
All
sending them back?
Good. I'm fine with Jaden McDaniels. I think Jalen McDaniels is probably.
Wait, does that mean Cam Reddish is going to the Hooper Anarchy team?
Oh my God! No, it might be a trade exception. It might be because they have the Josh Hart trade exception. So okay, so we got Jalen McDaniels. Jalen McDaniels. I'll put it like this: I've only learned who this man was 2 months ago because I forgot that he was in the NBA. But he is a better two-way player for sure than Thibault. Now, Thibault's impact defensively, they won't be able to replace. But offensively, I just don't know if he was ever going to be able to play in the playoffs. As everyone knows here, I talked myself into us keeping Thibault. Okay, we're getting picks too. Second round picks. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Seems like Daryl did pretty good.
Okay, you're off the hook for now. If we can get a backup center, it's over till we're back very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh no, I like it. I actually do like it. I like Jalen McDaniels. He is an unrestricted free agent this summer, but you know what? We were gonna lose Matisse anyway, unless we were willing to pay him. So hold on, let's see. Jalen McDaniels, the only thing about him is he also can't shoot. He's a better free throw shooter, shoots 85% from the free throw line, but he's 30. He was shooting higher from three early in the season. He's shooting 32%. He's definitely, he's an athletic defender. They're kind of similar moldish players, but I don't know. He's definitely a better offensive fit with the Sixers and what they need to do. I sounded like I was going to kill Daryl. Yeah, I thought it was a salary dump. And I was like, you can't salary dump players who are rotation players. Like, you just can't. But McDaniels is at least a comparable player for Matisse back. And they're getting seconds. So I'm hoping that they can flip the seconds to get a legit backup center or to get some other rotational player. So we got the Walmart McDaniels.
Yeah.
Or is it McDaniel? I'm sorry. I keep saying McDaniels. Whatever. Doesn't matter. My brain is on fire right now. The Sixers traded for a seventh man, dude. I'm going nuts.
Mom, Dad, can we get Jaden McDaniels? We have Jaden McDaniels at home.
We got one of the. You're telling me we got one of the premier wing defenders in the NBA that also has offensive potential for Matisse Thybulle? No. Oh no, it's his brother. Yeah. All right. Once again, no picks for the Sixers, so that was a lie. There we go. The man himself.
Here he is.
Team Parmesan.
Hello.
How are we reacting to this trade, bud?
Matisse Thybulle is now in Oregon.
And did you see who we got? We got the other
Jalen McDaniels.
We got the other McDaniels brother. Yeah.
Is that it?
That's they said that we were also getting seconds, but someone said that we're not
we
getting.
Didn't even get fucking Svi Mikal out of this deal.
No, the Hornets got Svi Mikal and they got the picks. So
trash.
All right, so Matisse on shrooms. That's going to be a different beast in Portland, dude. He's gonna love it in Portland. He's from, I'm telling you, Pacific Northwest, hippie. He can walk around with no shoes on. He can walk around barefoot.
I don't know if I would do that. In Phil Knight's domain, Matisse
is going for the Nike bag. He's gonna Bill. Of course, Bill loves it for Portland. I'm sure.
Yeah.
He's for my Thybulle stack over here. I'm holding on to it. He's gonna have a big moment in a play-in game, folks.
Did this fat bastard really trade to the Blazers and we didn't even get Drew Eubanks?
We need a backup center
out of this team.
I'm hoping that we can hold on.
They traded all their good players for Beans last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's on record. They don't know what they're doing.
The Blazers? Yeah. I mean, what the Blazers gave up nothing in this deal. They got him for second round picks.
That's what I'm saying. This is not.
So it says the Hornets are getting multiple second round picks. Are those all coming from
Portland?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Second, 2029 second from Portland, 2024 from the Knicks.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. So I see. I don't know. I really don't know what. I love people who are tagging me, asking my thoughts on this as if I'm not streaming the whole trade deadline.
Yeah,
literally, people that subscribe to the Patreon are like, "What are your thoughts on this?" I will say,
savory. By the way,
what's that?
Very savory reports I'm getting.
I'm sorry
about this guy.
I don't know. I once again, I need to do a deep dive on McDaniels, but all I know is he's an athletic wing.
Sex crime doer.
I'll take what I can fucking get, dude. I don't think I think one of Morey's biggest mistakes was not selling high on Thibault a year or two ago. I've been saying for a while I thought they should have sold high on Thibault, and Morey just loved him for some reason, and now he basically gets a similar level player back for him. Newbeck keeps saying it sounds like they got picks, but I think Parms said, wait, what?
Yeah, he's a sex crime guy.
Jalen McDaniels has sex crimes?
Allegedly. Allegedly. Oops. Well, that'll put a damper on the day.
Great. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Good for the vibes.
Yeah. We love that.
Allegedly, yes. Keep in mind.
Allegedly. This is their allegations.
Yes.
Yeah. Raptors seems like might be fucked here, to be honest. It seems like a lot of people are doing their business right now.
Yeah, it seems like none of the teams that were interested in OG, like they got Thibault and they were like, we got Thibault. He's just like OG, except he can't play on offense at all.
Oh man.
I'll say this much. Look. I talk myself back into Thibault being on the Sixers. I don't know if it would have ever worked here. I think that his defense is really special when he's like as an off-ball defender, as a team defender. I think his on-ball defense is not great. But I will say that I don't think the offensive thing was ever going to progress here. I don't think it's going to progress in Portland, to be honest, either. I actually think that you could make the argument that because they don't have a James Harden level playmaker, that it could be not great there either. But maybe he's just like a spot rotation player, which is why they only gave up seconds for him anyway. I wish I could tell you more about McDaniels as a player, but Nekias Duncan said it's good. So
Sixers are also giving up their 2023 second.
That was the only
the Charlotte one.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
so we have nothing left to trade. That's it.
Yeah.
I really can't believe he's so fucking sleepy, dude.
You're sleepy right now. What are you talking about?
He's Daryl's sleepy Morey.
Sleepy Morey. Daryl's sleepy Morey got taken to the cleaner.
Very sad. Mitch Kupchak
did very well. Made a hell of a deal. Mike Schmidt's looking disgusting.
Evan Durant trade and then trade the Blazers and go, I don't want anything. I don't want any of your players.
This is tough.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go get a water.
All right, have fun.
There was a follow-up tweet that he sent, that Kyle Newbeck sent, that also added the 23 pick. So check that out.
Jeez. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, good point. Are we gonna put up a McDaniels fucking mural now in Fishtown? God, we should have known that shit was gonna be. Jesus Christ, man. This deadline.
I believe we traded
the only thing we had that was valuable to trade, too.
We traded the funniest player in modern Sixers history for the bad McDaniels brother.
Great. Yeah, I was going to say, it feels kind of Daniel House-ish to me, but I'll give it time in terms of seeing how it looks on the court, because I can't tell you. I don't watch the Charlotte Hornets. I don't watch the Charlotte Hornets. I can't tell you how this guy is. I wish. Yeah, I don't know. It sucks. This sucks because I still feel like they need more upgrades, and they just don't have anything to trade.
Well, you know what time it is, dude.
EG got traded to the Clippers. Eric Gordon. Of course, Keith tweeted the wrong brother.
You know what time it is.
What's that?
You know that we are getting 2 players. We both know who they are. We're getting Russell Westbrook and Hassan Whiteside, and that's what we're gonna do. We're so ready.
Wait,
we're ready for Russ and Hassan Whiteside?
Did you see Goga?
Wait, did Goga get traded?
No, he got waived, dude. He's a free agent. Is Goga coming home?
We can't, right?
No. Someone asked, is Parma Goga guy? And I was like, I don't think so.
Well,
we're gonna get Goga.
We're not trading Furkan, I assume.
Yeah.
So we can't.
Okay, so here's what happened.
In a Furkanless team, sure, why not?
So here's what happened. Philly did get 2 seconds in that trade, but they traded Charlotte their own second back. So the Sixers get, for Kyle Neubeck, as far as he understands it, the Sixers got Portland's 2029 second and the Knicks 2024 second. So next year's Knicks second. And then Charlotte got their own pick back. They got McDaniels. And then Thibault went to, but I really don't. So here's the deal. They basically, this is the way for them to dodge the tax. Okay, I'm trusting the nerds on this one, by the way. The nerds are Alex Kennedy from Basketball News. Jalen McDaniels is likely going to become a fan favorite in Philadelphia. I feel like I'm one of those versatile players you can throw anywhere and I'll be fine. I feel like I can adapt and just be a really good two-way player. Okay. All right, Eric Gordon is traded. I'm expected to be the Clippers. Why does everyone keep saying this? Has there been a tweet or something? They're trading McDaniels for Mikal Bridges. Good call. That. Sean Marks is locked in on the shitty McDaniels brother.
Have they made Have they made a single deal today?
Who?
The Nets.
The Nets have not made another move ever. Oh, they traded Crowder. Crowder got traded to the Bucks. So Gregory was right for 5 second-round picks and then salary filler.
And then
who's the salary filler though?
Jordan Nwora got sent to the Pacers. We never got confirmation on the rest of the deal, right?
No, I don't think so. I think it would have been. Let me look at the Bucks salaries, and I can try and. I bet there's only so many guys because I feel like they would have reported Marjan Beauchamp if that was one of the guys. So it's probably George Hill, Jordan Nwora, I would guess.
They can't do that. They can't afford that. They can't.
Oh, the
Bucks need their 105-year-old men that only playing in Milwaukee. That's part of the squad.
This is what they.
Let's go, dude.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's
George Hill and Serge. Yeah, they
don't even need Serge. I think.
Serge is getting waived or traded. So
no, it does need to be. Never mind. It does need to be Serge.
The Sixers get their way. They get to stay under the tax, and then they just basically swapped a wing for a wing.
Oh no! Wait, I think they already waived Serge because he's not on here.
Yeah, any other move unless you trade there's no salary matching. Like who can they trade? Unless a team wants Court Moss.
It might. Was it Grayson Allen? It might have been Grayson Allen.
For what?
Honestly, in the Jay Crowder trade.
No. They traded Jordan Nwora to the Pacers as part of the 3-team trade. They would have only needed to. They didn't trade Grayson Allen. Serge is still on the Bucks.
That you can't take back. Jordan Nwora only makes $3 million. Jay Crowder makes 10.
I'm aware, but you could trade George Hill or some shit. Like what?
No, that doesn't work either.
Okay, well then tell me how this trade went through.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure it out because there's no reporting on. It could have been like Thanasis and Wes Matthews and Javon Carter or something like that. But
they're not trading Thanasis.
That's what I don't.
They can't do that. That's illegal.
George Hill to the Pacers.
George Hill to the Pacers. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So Jordan, how much more do they need to trade?
They need 1.3 million more. So I guess Wes Matthews maybe.
No.
Carter?
Sandro, they'll just trade Sandro. Or Sandro on a two-way?
He's on a two-way.
It might be on a two-way, so I don't think you
Yeah,
can trade
he's
him.
on a two-way.
Is there anyone that they could trade?
It's
They have-
Thanasis, Wes Matthews, or Javon Carter. That's
Yep.
what I'm saying. Like,
We'll have Grayson.
that's what I was just saying. Like, it would need to be Grayson, but if they are putting in George Hill, Bucks can only take back 8.8 million with Nwora and George Hill. So they need to send someone else.
Okay.
I don't know. Like maybe Javon Carter went to the Nets or something. But there's more to that trade.
Well,
Ibaka's. Oh, is Ibaka still on the Bucks? Okay, all right.
Yeah,
there
Ibaka's
it is.
still on the
Okay,
Bucks.
never mind.
I was going to say
Never
that
mind.
they're probably trying to move him to a third team, is my guess. Or else the Nets will just have to take back Ibaka as salary filler.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that's what. Maybe he's just going to the Nets, but
Yeah,
that fucked with me for a little bit though, because he's not on the Fanspo trade machine. That's a little bit of an oversight on their part. Okay, all right, never mind. Sorry, I apologize. I'll do better.
Am I to believe that the Los Angeles Clippers want to get rid of John Wall, but want to bring back Russell Westbrook?
I don't understand what the Clippers are ever doing.
Yeah.
By the way,
That's crazy.
real quick, in 5 minutes, we are changing over to Playback. So if you don't follow us on Playback, the link is in the description. We're going to watch the trade deadline special on ESPN in 5 minutes over there. So, and Parm, you're welcome to join if you need to go back to. Deal is expanding per Newbeck. Let's go!
Okay.
Yeah, what does that mean, though?
Yes.
That means that we're getting a backup center. Let's go. Give me a backup center, please.
Andre, if you got the McDaniels alleged sex pest and Andre Drummond for Batiste, you'd be happier than a Honda.
Please give me Drummond. I won't comment on McDaniels.
It's a cold world.
I need to do my own research.
Well, I was gonna say we will. Well,
Yeah,
we'll agree. You and I, we didn't. I managed to dodge talking about Mike Muscala's dad somehow.
Oh yeah,
when he got
Wait,
I forgot about that.
What is Mike Muscala's father up to?
Yeah. Don't look at
You
that.
mean to
It's
tell
fine.
me that Mario shoulder tattoo might be a cover up? Is that what you're trying to suggest here?
That's so weird.
Serge Ibaka is going to the Nets.
Okay.
There you go. So there's all the money.
There's the money. Okay. That's crazy though.
I love how, first off, I'm not sure what I love more. The comments basically being, can the Sixers get this good player for free? Or Will saying no immediately. Will, Kevin Durant is on the Suns, bud. Kyrie Irving's on the Mavs. It's Jover.
It's Jover. It's Jover.
Below, I just want to say shout out to Josh Harris. I'm so happy that you were able to dodge the tax and save so millions of dollars. Bulls, Zach LaVine, Bulls and Knicks are discussing.
Let's go!
And it's from a legit reporter.
We missed it with Jason. That sucks. Oh no.
That's from a legit Chicago reporter. Jay Cowley, I assume. I need Kevin to tell me that it's legit. I think Cowley's legit, right, Kev?
I know you're in here.
He's in there.
We're summoning. Well, Kevin's the one who said it per JK. He says he's a guy. All right.
Cowley's a guy. Okay.
All right.
We will allow it.
Yep. Here we go. We have these are our contacts. This is what Slop Fest is all about, folks.
That's right.
It is very funny that we just did like a normal podcast at the top, and ever since then it's just been like, what? Oh no! Wow! Oh no!
Yeah, we were. So that's pretty much what's. So you have all these ideas of things you want to talk about, and then you end up talking about like Little Caesars for 10 minutes, and you're like,
exactly. And just making Dick Dastardly noises. Like I'm like literally going to be doing the Muttley laugh. Like
Thibs did not coach Levine. He traded him immediately for Jimmy Butler.
Can I
Okay,
read
so
a tweet from my
what
best
is this?
friend?
What is this Zach LaVine deal?
Uh,
So they're trading.
Evan
So I can
Fournier, would
assume a couple things.
Yeah.
Derrick Rose in the deal
Yeah, probably. Yep.
because they want to get rid of him
That's a good point.
quickly,
Probably.
and then what?
Probably Evan Fournier. I would guess.
I think it's basically just going to be salary filler plus either maybe quickly. Maybe that's why Nihilus Buck said they're in on quickly.
Okay.
Well, the Knicks have been out on quickly, like
No.
every
They
day
like him
of
again now.
every year of his career.
They've changed their mind because he's good again.
Oh yeah.
Can I give you a framework that works?
Sounds like this deal could be expanded by involving more picks so everyone stand by for now. That's what Newbeck said. So, all right.
Well,
In 2 minutes, we're changing over to playback. So, link in the description.
I got a Knicks Bulls one. LaVine, this trade works in the machine.
Okay.
For Fournier, Quickly, and Barrett works, even though he's poison pill.
Oh, they can actually take it back, but because Barrett already made a decent amount of money,
Yeah,
and he's only making like 10 million more.
something.
I would not do that if I were the Bills or the Bulls. What was the?
Well, but they also have a ton of firsts. You assume there's like
Are the Knicks willing to do that? The first rookie they've given an extension to in 25 years.
Well,
You try to
considering
prove
They're
that?
not. Barrett's not good. You don't want to take that contract.
It's not
Yeah.
good.
But
Dog
it's
shit.
emotional. It's an emotional pull.
Yeah.
He's the only rookie that isn't actively like an abomination.
I
He's
triggered
good.
Kev by bringing up RJ, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It could be your Wiggins trade. It could be
Yeah.
your D-Lo for Wiggins trade.
Yeah, he is dog shit.
That's just what we're always going to say. Oh, yeah, Zach. Multiple reports about Zach trade talks.
Wow.
I feel like that's going to happen.
That seems.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would if the Bulls can get like Quickly and some stuff in there. Not the end of the world. I mean, like, why not? Like,
All right. We're going to switch over. It's 1 p.m. We're switching to playback. Link is in the description. Follow us over there. I see right now we have 124 people there. Let's get more. So,
let's get more.
all right. I'll see you over there. Peace.
Do we stay in here too? Do we leave?